chat. Fuck off.
Oh, the way I did yesterday, Don, and how you fucked up. The way I did yesterday, Don.
Or you don't
The
get
way I did yesterday.
You
The way I did yesterday, Don. The way I did yesterday, Don. Look at Don, you fucking.
Look at Don centering herself.
Don is the worst.
Come on. I'll jump aside. What am I going?
You're unbelievable.
Yo, what am I going with? Come on. I just want to say this.
Put Don in the queue. Put Don.
I just want to say this. Listen, I think it's respect. I ain't trying to insult. Like, I'm just being honest. It's not really that complicated. Read or whatever, repaste different fucking cue sequences. Like, that's not super complicated. It seems like the job in it, quote unquote, is like enforcing it in a way that like allows everybody to speak and everybody feels fairly treated. Dawn is like insanely biased. Like if it's fucking Monica's retarded enough for someone speaking, then like Dawn will be like, oh, if you interrupt her one more time, you're getting moved down, and she'll actually enforce that shit. When it's anyone, ironically, she got stabbed in the back by Jazzy today. That's like a weird relationship those two have, where I guess like Dawn is absolutely terrified of Jazzy until she saw like this was going to be an existential threat to her. She was going to lose her place as like the Q organizer, so then she like kind of turned on Jazzy. But ordinarily, she's like really afraid of people like Jazzy, so she'll pretend like Jazzy gets the same, she has the same respect for Jazzy that she has for fucking Monica. Where like Monica is her ideology, as in Monica will serve as like a mouthpiece. She wants to hear what Monica has to say because Monica's views will align with hers. For Jazzy, she's just fucking afraid of her. Maybe they agree on like the Trump stuff. Nevertheless, the job, I'm not even advocating for Dawn keeping her job, not keeping her job, I could care less. But what it is important is like, dude, enforce the shit fairly. Either you're the kind of person who moves people down, when they interrupt people, just generally, like that's your principle, and it doesn't matter if it's your friend you'll move down like knowledge, or you're the kind of person who just doesn't care, but then I don't want to hear like, oh, let Monica speak, you're getting moved down straight away, or today I'm in a bad mood and I'm capricious, I'm just going to move people down, I'm a, whatever, mercurial moderator. Like, that's the shit that's fucking annoying. You know what I'm saying? And that was the shit that pissed me off the other day. It's like, Concrete's my guy. Or, like, whatever, we're pals, so we'll scream at each other and then we'll be cool the next day. But right fucking now, it's my fucking turn in the queue, and he's incessantly interrupting me. And if it was Monica, it's like 2 interruptions and people start getting moved down by you. Now you're looking for other moderators. Where are other people? Why don't you do that for Monica? When Monica's getting interrupted, do you not go, oh, Nathan, where are you, Nathan? Oh, Knowledge, where's Knowledge? Oh, I'm the only moderator here. Like, why don't you do that for your friends? But you do that when it's like Concrete or people that you don't care about. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason, if you were to ever lose your moderator, that's why you should lose it, because you're not applying the rules fairly. And then also, I don't know if Jazzy's better than you per se. Like, clearly, this is like sort of method for people to kind of like wiggle their way into some kind of like authoritative position. And it's cool, whatever, if you do a good job, because like, I know ultimately this is like, you need validation from this in your life, that's cool. But also, it was super cringe what happened today with you, Jazzy. Like, if you're genuinely not trying to, like, force yourself into insinuate yourself into the conversation or whatever it is, someone's handling the queue, what does it fucking matter who does it? And like, yeah, Jazzy was doing it today, so I don't see why you needed to like impose yourself. It seemed like super weird, kind of. I don't know.
Next good, thank you. We need that. More Don critique.
Next in the queue is Samoa, but I kicked him out of the room, so we're gonna go to the next person. One mic on King. Add me to the queue.
Yeah, I appreciate you, brother Knowledge. Now, I hate that y'all make me have to do this, but I'm gonna defend my girl, Dawn. Woo. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, you heard that right, Concrete. You heard that right, Timothy. Dawn is not only a sweet woman, yes she is, but she's also, since she's been instituted as a mod, has done 95% of the time a great, outstanding job, especially given, right, what she does in her real life, and that she's actually a wife, unlike a lot of women in here. Now, Concrete, I understand, you're probably going to say, oh, King's being a diplomat, but my nigga, people are allowed, especially when they start out, to 5% of the time fuck up, have mix-ups or situations where things are, don't go super well, blah, 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 this and that. If you're honest, Concrete, I know you can be honest, you too, Timothy. It is not always easy to manage big egos. Americanism is going to deny that we got the biggest egos in here. If you're being honest, you know what I'm saying is the truth. And when you're managing big egos, things are not always going to go right. Just be honest with yourself, right? So my thing, Concrete, is I think, especially as followers, we should give her a little bit of grace. Timothy is on another plane, so we can't ask him to do what we would do. But even him, if he's being honest, if he's being cordial, he can give Dawn a little grace too. And the final thing I'll end with, Jacobus, because I agree. You are funny.
I know. I made you.
I agree with most of what you said, but I hate that you make me have to do this. And Concrete, you're not gonna like this. Y'all know I give the Catholic Church as much criticism as anybody else, but I don't agree, Jacobus, that automatically Catholics either worship Mary or worship the Pope. I don't agree with that. As a matter of fact, I would argue that American Catholicism is a lot different than the rest of Catholicism around the world. American Catholicism, you can look at the popes when they're like
I call them the king.
when they're actually pope. You can see that they don't believe in Catholicism the way the Catechism lays it out, right? How the Pope is supposed to be, the vicar of Christ, this and that. Most American Catholics, believe it or not, they're Protestantized. They look at their Pope like we look at our pastors, like how my father's a pastor, right? Or how Billy Bob, pastor down the street. They look at the Pope very similarly. They look at him like the representative. No, they just look at him as their high priest, as their pastor. So I think we have to do a case by case basis, Jacobus. I don't think it's fair. That's why I tried to make that distinction with you. Like, wait, are we talking about people who know that they're worshiping idols, or they're ignorant to that, or they come from an ideology that says that, but they're not particularly doing that themselves. So I don't think it's fair to just, because somebody's Catholic, assume that they worship the Pope or they worship Mary or all of that stuff. I've met plenty of great Catholics who are just like you or me or Concrete or whatever, where literally they Protestants, but that's the tradition they were raised in. I'll end it.
I would just say these people ain't do their. I did my due diligence on these people. Remember when Jesus said, if you offend one of these little ones, like these children, it might as well put a rope and a cinder block around your neck and throw you into the sea. I asked both these individuals, if the Pope was in a burning building with a baby, would you save? They said they'll save the Pope and defend that baby's life. It didn't work. So these individuals are already
Q.
Thank you, bro. No, that's my
Don, there's King. Look. So the canal says King Brad.
No.
So Don wrote that, right?
She's probably joking.
Don wrote that. So Don, we need you to fucking tighten up. Figure this out, Don.
Don, who's next after me? If it's Brad, that's fine. I didn't know.
No, there was no one after you. They made that up.
Okay, so they
Concrete made that up originally.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
Don wrote that. This nigga's lying. This nigga's lying. I want you to. Look, I'm about to screenshot it. So
I called before King.
I'm screenshotting.
I said, yo, I'm going to King.
This nigga knowledge just lied.
Or let Concrete then Timothy then Jacobus.
This nigga's knowledge either lied or this nigga lied or under. Jacobus?
Yeah, Jacobus.
Let me Jacobus speak to you.
Just so y'all know I'm in it, Q. Don't be disrespectful.
Yeah, we'll get you in there, Coach. You don't faggot ass nigga.
Wait, what's good about this? What's good about this?
Yo, let's go, King.
Snake eyes, main source. Yeah, man. I love the Don hate. I think we need to keep it going till Don fucking admits to her fucking bull. And guess what, Don? The reason why we're leaning on, because you actually give a fuck. You're actually doing the work, but you want to do the work in a fucking, as Timothy said, inconsistent manner, right? Based on your fucking whims and your allegiances.
I gotta apologize. I was wrong. I just scrolled up. I just
Okay, all right. Hit that mute button, brother. Hit that mute button. Thank you. Hit that mute button.
Sí, pero describe, por favor, señor concreto.
Alright, I accept
Yo
your
lo
apology.
cagué,
Hit
por
that mute
favor,
button.
señor.
I accept your apology. Hit that mute button. So, King, you're definitely right. The egos run right in the room. But that's the problem, right? Self-governance is the key. When niggas let their egos run rampant to the detriment of the room, and we've seen the consequences day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. So you think at some point people will figure out, oh, I can't just be unbridled with my fucking ego. I actually have to keep it in check for the sake of the conversation, or the sake of the room, or the sake of the situation, right? You think niggas would understand that. But for some strange reason, there seems to be like this law, institutional knowledge, and this shit has to be relearned and then relearned and then relearned, and it's fuck shit. I actually thought that things would progressively get better, especially if you have the same crew of people and you dealt with the same problems over and over. But there seems to be like, I don't know, this stunting of growth. I don't know, it's weird, bro. And what's so crazy, some of the people with the biggest egos are the ones with the unbridled egos are the ones that want the room to improve. So it's almost like, for some reason, humans, work against their own best interests. This shit is crazy. So you actually need other human beings to wake you up to your own fucking self-destructive bullshit. But guess what? If your bullshit, your self-destructive bullshit is predicated on your fucking overblown ego, what are you gonna do about fucking somebody telling you to chill out? You're gonna take it as an affront. And so now you're in a fucking incurable loop of unbridled ego, fucking room destruction, fucking I'm upset that the room is destructed, so maybe I'm gonna correct myself a little bit, then it gets to my head and I fucking over and over and over and over. And then we're gonna get to like the real point.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my Father, and
Yeah, wow. This nigga gonna introduce me to Kitover. Still wrestling.
By the song I invoke my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke
Having fun with the
Mine
shit
is the
about lions and
head of
stuff.
the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
Wow.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red joy of sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the Interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. By the dark waves of music, song that I made of all to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy cheek. By the sword I of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra.
Mommy, what's a Joe rapper and a domestic terrorist?
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it.
That would be racist.
Above me shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of apocalypse and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vision of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abracadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike and I begin. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 6, 11 of the voices. Abracadabra.
Corn cobbler.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear.
God.
white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, design given of none. Save it be, oh feed me, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I
Hello.
invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and
What do you mean, brother?
by the sign I invoke
The
thee.
Vincent.
Mine is the
You
garment of
listen
white
to
and gold, and mine the blue vicar at the intimate ear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one of the power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Mine heart is not through waves of music in the sun that I
Thank
make a
God.
voice to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, strike the flaming sword, crown, shining and conquering Lord, our Lord, Avenger, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I die within, by the sword I invoke, the voice of the fight. The voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra.
See you drive.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know.
Dude, what? What's that?
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the
Right, bathroom break.
sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the ether, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk. Abracadabra! And yes, I bear the rose and cross of life and remaining in the sign, the invocation comes life. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra, remaining in the sign the invocation concludes. Therefore I say, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Hearing the sign, each abracadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take but stronger than I knew. Fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when my name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend our night, tend our letter. I breathe in your holy calm. In the storm in my head, lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deep lights now, joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Psychology in the pattern, loving the way you say, if I let go, I'll come back clear. If I let go, you get near. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here. forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. In the silence, joy in the dark. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom. sword of revenge, let it strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 611 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppets and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abracadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In Miami, my storm of revenge. Let it strike and life begin. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight. labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh be, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor at the end of the day. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For thou the one of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart did not know waves of music in the sun that I made a vow to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, Johnny the conquering Lord, our Lord, Amen God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is that sword of revenge, let it strike, I die beneath, by the sword I invoke the voice of the body, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abra, abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I love my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the air, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. And yes, I bear the rose and cross of life and life. sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, mine be Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. In the sign, teach abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of the whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Now it's gone. Wisdom of Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave But stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 on 9, 10 on 11. I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's all. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Stay. start listening for the sign. Once more smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence inside. is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of violet I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham abroad, by the Lord I invoke the waves of music in the song that I made of old. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 611 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father to me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and earth. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate hair. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abracadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vicar at the intimate ear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For thou the one of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine heart did not know waves of music in the sun that I made a vow to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown Johnny the conquering Lord, our Lord, Amen God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I die within, by the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abra, abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign even of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the six and bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sun remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the air, or dwelling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! And yes, I bear the rose and cross of life and cross of life and light, giving the the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Hearing the sign, each abracadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Now is joy. Wisdom of Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine, the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Give mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate hair. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. grandmother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, abracadabra. Giving the sign at each abracadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. lost my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Stay.
You better stop voting Democrat. wish that brother didn't crush the liberals who did this to your daughter. Rick Ross! honor the slaughtered officer, you can start by never voting for a Democrat again. Woke liberals did this. Justice and revolt. Also, arrest Judge John immediately. Review all his legal. Also arrest Judge John immediately. Review all his legal cases and immediately also arrest all the criminals. If you want to honor the slaughtered officer, you can start by never voting for a Democrat again. Woke liberals did this. Justice and revolt. Arrest Judge John. Unless he is arrested, there will never be any change. Lawless chaos society. Revolution now. Arrest this trash. Arrest all the criminals he's let loose on Lakehouse Brownie. The sheriff needs to arrest Judge John immediately. End woke liberal domestic terrorism now.
Shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke. travel at the beats of earth. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the voice of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, Abra, by the word I invoke thee. Be my night, dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Draw, child and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, the living of the voices. Abraham, Abraham. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, the living of the voices. Abraham, Abraham. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only child
Fucking
of
Obama
my
show alarm.
mother. My father is dead. My mother bore
Obama
me
show
with labor
alarm.
and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh be, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a compass and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vicar at the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For thou the one that double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Hey, my heart is not through waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike
Niggas
the
going to
master
jail.
chord. Draw the flaming sword. Draw,
Niggas going to jail. Check. a queen? What happened to Diana? Who murdered her?
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the air, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be there. About me to be that, oh, I throw the rock and hide my hands. I think I'm the person that throw the rock and hide my hands because unlike a lot of you, I can mention the names of who I'm talking about in my submission. Y'all don't. Y'all don't do that. So to me, that's pussy. So I just want to say again that I was quiet throughout the entire time that I was on this app today. I spoke in the same tone that I'm speaking now until I was misgendered by multiple people at the same time. That is called bullying. I am a part of 1.1% of the population globally. I am a minority. So yes, you are bullying. You're punching down, and it's unprovoked. So please, Danny, please, 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 everyone block me. Because I'm not about to listen to a whole bunch of hypocritical ass, Jewish, Christian, Hotep, motherfucking Hebrew, niggly lights try to condemn me and try to provoke me into reacting. And when I react, all of a sudden you're like holier, you're like holier than thou. I don't want to listen to people joke about rape. I don't want to listen to Nathan in particular, always, talk about like fucking child molestation and making hypothetical questions about that. It's very, 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 very off-putting to me. It's disgusting. But y'all can call out everything else and everybody else, but you can't call out the real problems. Y'all like to call out your confirmation biases, but you can't call out when somebody is being inappropriate unless it's Jacobus, but it's because he's just annoying. He was just annoying, calling everybody a fucking rapist when he's motherfucking predatory as fuck himself. A disgusting ass motherfucker from New York who lives with his mom's mother in her basement
first of all, no, she didn't even have a basement. She lived in the basement. So you live with your mom in the fucking basement. You deadbeat ass daddy. So, anyways, please, 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 please block me, please. And first, in another thing, Mike, I do speak AAVE, and I'm going to say bully because that's how I talk. I'm black. I'm sorry that you can't, relate to blackness. And I'm sorry, Daddy, that you're in the elitist classes and you like to think that you aren't black. I don't know.
I'm broke as fuck, girl. What the hell is you talking about? Elite?
I don't know. I thought I heard you say ill when I said I speak AAVE. But anyway, I'm going to go to the gym.
I didn't even come off mic.
Okay, well, I apologize. I'm going to go to the gym. Oh, King, hold on. Let me get this from you. You are the most hypocritical ass, confused fucking Christian that I've ever heard on this app. You crash out and you tell people to kill themselves and all the things. You are Satan. I have more compassion than you. Okay, I support America bombing schools of little girls. Like that's what you do not, Iran. The U.S. bombing Iran. That's what you do. I'm gonna be Satan, but you lack empathy. You're the same fucking sociopath, motherfucking Catholic motherfucking priest who touched on children and then want to act like you're holier than now. That's what you are, and that's what your Abrahamic religion is. It's a contradiction and it's a myth. So the next time you want to call me Satan, look in the motherfucking mirror. I hope the motherfucker don't crack because you're ugly as fuck. And reflect. Do some self reflection, you ugly ass bitch. You look like the Buzz Life. You look like Buzz Life. You look like Buzz Life. So, anyways, I'm going to the gym. I hope, Nathan, you need to go to the gym. And y'all hell Satan and hell Lucifer and all the things.
Oh,
Yo,
what?
you see that, Jack?
Oh, hell no.
Y'all just see that?
Nah, that's crazy, bro.
Y'all just
That is a real time, that's actually crazy, though.
Did y'all see
In real time, she did the crybaby shit, bro. That's crazy.
Casey, you see it?
Nah, bro, I saw that shit. When she said the nigga like shit, I was like, alright. So everybody's calm, and then she just went and started that shit.
Well, because they misgendered.
Man, fuck that bitch.
I understand that before. That's okay.
Fuck that bitch.
I understand before, but you dead ass just did it right.
You don't hear me?
I said them.
Sorry, guys. What? Can we get one mic on Monica? Monica, are you ready?
Yo, Monica, why you ain't say hi to me today?
You're up, Monica.
Cause she's a racist, maybe, King? Maybe that's what
No.
What the fuck? Yo,
I'm
Timothy.
calling one mic on her. Did she not
She
hear?
said hi
I'm
to
not
my
saying
caller.
that,
She
though.
did say hi to you.
I'll get her back in the
No, she
queue.
ain't it. Where you at?
No.
Can we get one mic on Dominic, please?
Not this gay shit.
Hey, you. Hey, you.
Dominic, you're up, sir.
Don, I love you, Don. What's up?
I love you too,
Stop
Dominic.
sipping. Get some water, brother. Get some water.
I'm dead. I was gonna respond to the bullying thing. I feel like bullying is necessary, and let me explain why. Build character, right? Let's say you grew up in a space where there was no bullies, nobody ever picked on you, nobody ever did anything to you. You're gonna grow up soft. You don't know how to fight back. You learn how to fight back when motherfuckers is bullying you. That shit, and then it becomes like a reflex. I feel like Shy got that reflex. Like when somebody says something, she's back. What? You learn how to talk your shit, right? And that becomes a linguistic skill. That's hard to achieve unless you're getting bullied. And you learn how to fight back. All right, I'm done. Go ahead.
Dominic,
Can
shout
I
out
be
to you.
added to the end of the queue at the very end?
Can y'all not add me to y'all submissions unless y'all saying how beautiful and gorgeous I am? Thank you.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna talk shit about Puerto Rico and Muslim.
Oh, Monica's back.
Monica's back, but she wants. I think. Monica, can you now?
You ain't read what she put?
What'd she say?
She said,
Why do I
in the
keep
queue.
getting pulled out the
She
queue?
want to go after Timothy.
I do
Okay,
go
fair
after
enough.
Timothy. I wanna
Okay.
follow Timothy everywhere.
Oh, very
Ooh,
interesting.
that sounds sexy
All
as
right,
hell,
girl. All right, girl.
Timothy.
Get what you get. Go ahead, girl. Do your thing, girl.
Timothy.
Are you ready or
You
no,
bricked
Monica?
up yet?
Can you go now? Can you go ahead or no? Thanks, Don. Let me wait, please. Okay. All right. No problem. All right. Miss Speed.
Put me in the queue, John.
Okay. There was one other
You in
person
the
that
queue.
called.
I was.
Oh no, who was that that called? Another person.
I'm after Lincoln.
No, you're about to
No,
crash.
you not.
Yes, I am. It was
Louis,
scrolling.
Jenkins.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, this
No,
No, it's
No.
Is that my nigga Louis?
It's on Miss Fifi.
Yeah,
My fault, Miss Gigi.
Okay, good morning. Oh, I said good morning. Good afternoon,
Good evening.
thank you. I just wanted to kind of throw my comments into the conversation. Earlier, I heard some statements that were being made, and it made me reflect on some things. So, what I will do is uh, hold myself responsible and do better with controlling my emotions. Um, Usually I'm chill, but some things I didn't know made me tick. You understand what I'm saying? So, all that to say, we all think that we are on a walkie-talkie, as my baby says. Mm-mm. We still feel energies, and when we in there battling with each other, we feel that energy for that moment. So I will be the first to say I apologize for this morning, Timothy. I know that, I know you're a very intelligent man, and I shouldn't have interrupted you. I should have waited. So I will say that. But I will not take this. Morning. Miss Fifi, I don't bother nobody. Talk, I make it emotional when you start talking about my Black American roots. But somebody threw me down and then basically said I wasn't a woman. So I want them to say it to my PTR, what you have to say to me. And if you know who you are, and if you don't, that's fine too. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Speed.
Yeah.
I
I don't know.
Don, you ain't add us to the queue in the chat.
I don't know what gay shit is being talked about today. Seems like the whole room is in their fucking fifis. Don't need to hit the gym. Motherfuckers talking about here like I heard liminal bitch and I came back and I heard liminal bitch so much that shit made me go back and do more reps. So I'm never as much as a bitch as like whatever liminal is saying. Talking about this is the way I feel and you always come here often. Anyway, I'm also gonna jump out of Jacobus in the clubhouse meetup. That motherfucker owes me $2,000. I'm willing to put apart $30 so he can buy fucking soap and scrub a dub and chest for PC ass. King's there to verify they lost that bet. What's next? Oh yeah, Mike. Is Mike here?
Nigga, what?
Hey yo, can you? Yeah, that's true. That's right, Jacobus. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Stop right there. Why you got chest herpes? Anyway, listen, you owe me $2,000.
Yo, everything killed, yo.
You thought you had the same type of job where you said, oh, you can't call off tomorrow and get a week off. Motherfucker, you bring a doctor's note if you call off of work. You're not gonna get fired. Chest herpes having ass, HPV nipples. Don't fucking talk to me. Number two, I think most of y'all don't hit the gym. I think that's why you all are pussies. Y'all should check your estrogen levels. Obviously, I'm talking to the men.
That's the baptized, nigga.
No. That's like I use soap, so like my skin is not like full of oils. It doesn't clog me up, right? Anyway, yeah. That's pretty much it. Yeah. I'm gonna go out and drink a shitload of protein now. You'll take care. And fuck Jacobus, broke ass, dirty ass motherfucker. I bet you fucking Oscar the Grouch's fucking asshole is cleaner than whatever is on fucking Jacobus's face. Thank you. Have a nice day.
All right. So, I guess it's me next.
No, what's it called? I don't know why Dawn just threw you in front of me and like, yeah,
Don.
I was supposed to.
No, I did post.
Excuse me, just a moment.
Don,
Just a moment.
what's going on?
Just a second. Because he had put himself in the queue and someone deleted it and I didn't get to see it. So he is technically, but he has a PTR of it, so he gets to go. So I'm sorry about that, Mandela.
So where am I in this?
Be quiet, please.
Ken, you after me.
I disagree, but in the spirit of making things go forward,
Thank you.
you're not welcome.
Oh.
You got a box of tissues ready?
Yeah, so I appreciate that for the correction. Yeah,
I don't accept it as a correction. I think it's an error that I'm allowing to happen.
It's not an error if you would take the time and scroll up, and you will find that it's not an error. But that's fine. You can say it's an error, but the evidence is there. So if you really want to know, go look for it. So the topic of like personally for me, I don't feel like I've never been bullied in this room personally, and that's because people may see it as being bullied when one person jumps off a mic and scream and yell and big mic and continue to interject or interrupt. That for me personally, I don't find that as intimidating, dominating at all, because I know the end result of the app, right? This is an application, and people use this as some kind of scapegoat personally. So that's fine. But when a person screams and yells over me, I back, because the reasoning behind it is because that person want to be heard more than I'm heard, right? So I just give that space, whenever people need that space. I find it like weird that I'm a person that's really about the room and I'm for everybody in the room. I want to give the space for everybody to speak. But the moment I try to put people in their place or correct them or trying to have a conversation with each other, people tend to be like, oh, this person is crying, he's being weak, etc. No, I want to hear everybody play out. I truly sit back and I listen to what y'all be saying. And if one person is saying something and then the next person says something and then, one person interjects and then it becomes a screaming, yelling match, I can't really hear, the conversation at all. I can't even really think, well, for me, you don't even get to the point of the conversation. It just becomes this rhetoric going back and forth of like bitching at each other. Like, fine, we may have moments where we can do that. I'm not saying it has to be perfect, but what I am saying is that once we have these conversations, right, let's have the conversation. And when I point it out, it's not merely me trying to complain or cry. It's also, I'm not playing victim right now. When I try to have a conversation with y'all, it's more so people unmiking because they don't like what I have to say, right? And I think that is like weird. I think like if you don't like what I have to say, you can have those emotions. But when it comes to actually expressing yourself, let that thought play out and then you can interject and you can say whatever you like to say. Personally, I don't get in my emotions about it. I just sit back and I go, okay, this person has this, they have a lot of me. But when I come off a mic and I want to have my say, interject, now I'm pissed because I've given you the space. Because I recognize that this is a space where we all want to be heard and we all want to express our thoughts. I am about the room and I'm about for everybody. I give compliments, which people tend to overlook, and I also give out my critiques. I think we all do that as human beings. We all have our opinions. And I'm all for all of that shit. But when you try to isolate me and make me seem like this, paint me as this like weird ass dude who always complain, you don't understand me and you don't try to understand me, which is fine. This is the internet. For me personally, I sit back and I listen to y'all. I want to understand y'all from my own personal level, and I want to for me personally, to a place of understanding people across the board, because I am a leader and I deal with, like I said before, thousands of people. In order for me personally, on growing, in order for me to engage with them better, I use this app also as a tool to understand people across the board. I don't know what y'all want from me, right? When I come off a mic and I talk and you interject and you just belittle me, you're going to have to expect me to come back punching. You're supposed to be the most rational And I use the word again, it's like said, the most intelligent people in the room, but yet you can't just listen to a person and go, I want to understand this person. I want to give this person space. And we can agree or disagree, right? It don't have to be a screaming and yelling match. But the bullying thing is not, I've never felt bullied, but I can see how it can play out on a app, and I'll leave it there.
What's the truth to bullying?
All right. Someone wants to get in the queue.
No, it's on you.
All right. I don't. We're talking about bullying in the room. We're talking about. I don't think.
It's the rapist complaining.
I'm kind of what.
Why do you keep talking about rape, bro? What the fuck is wrong?
You gotta let that go, bro. You'll feel a lot lighter when you let that go, bro. I promise you, bro. Just let it go. But in terms of like the bullying shit, I think for the most part, everyone here, because when I was listening to Nathan, he was talking about bullying being like preying on those who are weaker, and I'm thinking about this space, kind of like everyone kind of has gotten into it on a level to where like they've kind of like showed their claws or whatever. So I don't think there's anyone who's really weak, but I do think a lot of what does happen is the cry bullying stuff that King was talking about, where everyone's kind of there's like maybe a handful of people in the space who just aren't as confrontational, aren't really willing to quote unquote take it there when confrontation arises, and I guess we could consider bullying if people are picking on those people, and it's one-sided, or if it's one-sided in general, sure, you know, but for the most part, I just see like two-way like bickering, that's just like not ending. It's unceasing, like bickering. It's not really one person's weakness or anything like that. It's just like people hold grudges and are unwilling to like let those grudges go. And I don't know. It's annoying. I could sympathize with that if that's what you're like the deeper like the root of what you're Nathan. But I don't think it's bullying per se. I don't think anyone's really. We're all adults. You could always check out of this shit if you want to. Like no one's holding you here. But yeah, I don't really know if I characterize that as bullying. And let them know sometimes, bro. Just I feel like you be taking shit that you say to heart too much, bro. And it's it's just I don't like seeing how it seems you really get affected by what these niggas say. Fuck, man, who gives a shit, bro? Like. Like they're gonna feel a different way about you in like 15 more minutes when we talk about something else. It's like people are like how they feel ebbs and flows. You wouldn't take one moment too seriously because the next 50 minutes, 2 hours, we'll be laughing about some shit. I don't think that this is surface level. So if a nigga says your name, I just roll just like especially if it's surface level. It's not, no harm, no foul type deal. I just, I be feeling like I just feel like you be like really taking that to heart, and I think you don't have to, you know. And also, Jacobus, change the PTR, bro. Lighten up, bro. What would Jesus do? Think about that.
Thanks, Louis. One mic on Timothy, please.
If Jesus is Yahweh, he kind of instructed the Israelites to rape a bunch of times, so I think he probably in support of Jacobus. I don't know if you can still in the room, but I live more than you. I just did live more than you, so it doesn't apply to me. Without fucking protein shakes and peptides. And then the liminal guy, I mean, dude, if you feel like you're like, okay, I will offer an amnesty to anyone who ever feels like I'm bullying them. I personally feel like I have legit grievances with some people, and I'm avenging, injuries that I've sustained from their attacks. So if anyone ever comes to me and is like, oh, yo, I just want to squash it, or I want a truce, armistice, I would oblige them. But I feel like they're crybabies, an accurate term. Like a lot of people here are essentially just like on a specific day they don't want any drama. It's like, well, you don't really have you can't really dictate. You know what I'm saying? If you made it on site, then it just kind of is what it is. But to the liminal guy, I mean, it's not serious at all. I don't know what you stand for. I don't know any of your opinions. I don't know if you're a good or bad dude. I know you're really sensitive and shit. But this whole narrative, I mean, Nate does this shit where he just like picks a charge at random every month, like some American Idol shit. Like he just goes and picks one of the contestants. Or what's your backstory? You know, like fucking tries to boost you to fucking nationwide recognition. I guess he's doing that with Liminal now for whatever reason. I guess he finds it fun or whatever. But in reality, like, just be honest. You're so like milk toast and so kind of like uninteresting that or insipid that like no one would have really an issue to attack you if you didn't attack them. The irony here is like the only reason we have little beefs with different people is because you behave like you're really snarky and you insult people in the side chat, and then when you come into the main chat or when you come into voice, you just attack people. Like the other day is the literal perfect example. I, and to God, forgot you existed on this planet or in this app, and then you come off mic a side point and side tangent about logicism, which you obviously know nothing about. You came on to just like critique us and like accuse me at least of being like Dunning Kruger. And I look, you're well entitled to your opinion. I don't mind, but just to be clear, that's antagonistic. No one said a word about you. No one's gonna talk about you. Like you cease to exist in the minds or imaginations of absolutely everyone in the room if you don't talk. What do you choose to do? Your opening gambit is just insult someone. Okay, what happens? They insult you back. Okay, what do? You say, we need to lessen the ad hominem in the room, and we need to be a bit more brotherly, and there needs to be more camaraderie. Nigga, why did you start being rude then? You little shit. Like, be nice, innit? Put out what you want to get back type shit. Don't be a weirdo. Don't be antagonistic, and no one's gonna be rude to you. Like, why would they? What do you believe? You know, are you a theist? Like, you're not a theist. Like, what your political opinions are? You Trump support? No one here fucking knows. So no one's just gonna attack you. Sis. Maybe like Monica will attack you because you're black. You know, like maybe Brad will attack you because you're black. But aside from that, I'm not gonna attack you, bro. Like I don't know. Like even if you do have a different political opinions, I wouldn't just attack you if you were cool. There's lots of people. I'm like, King's my guy. He fucking has horrible views. Mike's my guy. He has horrible politics. But we're cool, so you can be cool with people, bro. Just like don't be some snarky little fucking sassy bitch, and then like the second someone slaps back at you or is like has a louder bark than you, you're like, oh, can we not make it? Just stick to the subject and all this shit like ad hominems and stuff. Listen, if you're a fucking idiot and you're a piece of shit and that influences your politics, then it's fair game. So the haters dumb stuff. Oh, don't try to psychoanalyze me. Don't try to do. No, it's fair game. It's gonna if it informs your opinion or if it's gonna be a way of like assessing the fucking dumb shit you're saying, then of course we're gonna include it, bro. And just finally, this will be the last time I insult you if you keep it cute from now on, yeah. But like, who the fuck are you to dictate to anyone like what's rational or conversational norms? Like, who are you talking to right now? You have liminal. You have nothing sharp. You have nothing interesting to say most of the time. So why are you the arbiter of who has a good conversation or what the right conversational style is? Actually participate in conversations. Be part of back and forth, not just Q where you get to monologue about nothing. Be part of some back and forth, and then you can tell us like, hey, I'm good at this thing. Let me give you some advice on how to have good conversations. Thus far, I've never heard you participate in a good conversation. Where the fuck are you telling us how to have a good one? It's like stupid. I'm done.
Hey guys, hi everybody. How's my audio quality? Is it okay?
Unfortunately, it's great. This dumbass.
Alright. So, I'd like to introduce some vernacular for white belt skillism consideration. I'd like to introduce the NAFI Award. The NAFI Award. The Nathan Acceptance Promotion and Protection Award. I think Timothy qualifies. I think Timothy's accent is pretty cool and groovy, and Nathan likes to pretend that we're cultured here, even though we're ratchet. And I think it's comical that Timothy says he's a cruel, so he feels deserved that he needs to. And the fact that he was the only one that laughed when he said Monica might attack you for being black is because my fellow white belt citizen members I don't attack people because they're I attacked them all. So what do you guys think of the Nappy Award?
I think that it goes to Timothy's point about you attacking black people. Why'd you name an award Nappy, and what was the why of
Monica! You crazy bitch!
Protection and promotion award.
There's no why in that,
That's
Monica.
Napa.
So where'd you get Nappy from? There's no why, Monica.
Monica, that looks bad.
You think? Did you? Oh my God, Monica, there's no why in that.
I can take a why.
Okay, so why do you want to call it Nappy, Monica?
Because I thought it was funny.
Oh, okay.
I have it in the Discord as Napa, but I want to get extra.
So you wanted to say Nappy.
I've been telling y'all she was racist. I've been telling y'all she was racist, but nobody listening.
Oh, guys, what a stress.
It's my turn, and we don't need you to tell us that. We've known her for a long time.
Jasmine.
Huh?
Jasmine.
Well, I'm
Do
saying
you
we know
really
you. Whatever
believe-
you are, we know. Whether you racist.
What am I, Jazzy? What am I, Jazzy?
A woman. So, you done with your submission, right?
No, I wasn't. We worked it out up and down. They don't like Nappy, so we have to go back to the drawing
It's
board.
not that I didn't like it, Monica. It didn't spell Nappy. You didn't have a word with the letter Y. That I didn't. You know, that's all I was saying.
Monica, when you said
Alright.
initially, it's the only thing I couldn't even concentrate on your entire submission.
Oh, I know. It's distracting you that much.
Yes, I was like, where's the lie? There's no lie.
Why? Because you yikes. But I think Napa's better.
Why don't you just take Napa?
Like Napa Valley. Yeah, you should go with that. Yeah, that's better.
With the extra
Definitely.
piece, I agree. I'll change it. Thank you guys for the feedback. Jazzy, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much. You should have stopped talking about 25 seconds ago, but thanks.
Alright, Monica.
Girl,
Catch you in
that
these
was,
streets, Monica.
yeah.
I hate dog callers. If y'all not nappy, y'all shouldn't be offended.
All the black
You're still saying Nappy.
1 second, nobody
I will
black
say
people.
Nappy.
It doesn't have a Y, Monica.
We're all
I will say
offended.
Nappy.
But the award doesn't have a Y though.
I just said nappy, that's all. I didn't talk about the award. I just said nappy.
So when you say that some of us are nappy, what are you talking about?
I said if you're not nappy, you shouldn't be
What is nappy? Because your acronym doesn't have a Y.
I called
So what is
Timothy.
Okay, hold on. Let's just move
No.
on, because y'all
If you're, no, y'all, this is
y'all
a
know what she did.
racist dog.
She already admitted it.
Y'all,
And there's
no.
cute.
Y'all
Yeah,
gotta
that's when it gets
identify
shut
as
down,
nappy, it's weird. Y'all
Y'all
not
know-
nappy.
y'all
I
know-
don't think of y'all as nappy. It's weird that y'all. It's not for you.
Wow, so that really shed some light on things, huh?
Can I say something real quick? All right, thanks. I love you guys. My submission is going to be about the so-called campaign for me to be a moderator. I do not consent. I have a lot of people blocked. I'm not unblocking them. Also, I'm a very biased moderator. Okay. If someone is doing something I don't like, I am gonna drop them, and I am gonna remove them from the room. Okay. That's just the way it's gonna.
That's why you should be a moderator. You're perfect.
No, that's why I shouldn't.
No,
and I don't want to.
Perfect qualities.
1 second, I'm almost done. Thanks. I feel like
That's fine.
I feel like
You
this
say that all
is
the time.
definitely where it got dropped. I feel like this is a tactic by the moderation in the room to try to make me like fight Shasha or something, but a mod badge on Clubhouse doesn't equate to any dollars in real life, so I would never fight over it. And I think she is the perfect candidate for the moderator thing. So I think you guys should just assign her mod. I know P, by the way, but I think Sha would be a great addition to the moderation team. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
I nominate Jazzy to be a moderator.
Wait, what?
Thanks, Jazzy. One mic on King.
Hell no. Yeah, we're sorry.
No. now.
Respectfully, Mike, Jazzy cannot, in any circumstance, be a fucking
They
moderator.
don't get it. Like, I'm warning them now.
Run a queue. I tell you that. She knows how to run a fucking queue.
I do know how to run a queue, so I can run a queue
Exactly.
without a mod badge.
Nah, you need mods to do it right.
No, you
No.
need mods. You know what? Give her a green bean right now. Give her a green bean right now.
No.
So that's one thing that I love and respect about Jazzy. She's very self-aware, especially in this context. I've known Jazzy for a while now. She knows what she does. Like, as a moderator, I've been in several rooms where she's been a moderator, including her own rooms. You do not want Jazzy as a fucking moderator.
King,
They don't get it. They do not
respectfully, King, you just don't know what you just don't know her worth. You guys made her believe that she was what you call it, nothing, bro. I remember this woman said this, right? She said that she was homeless at one point in time, and she met this lady, right? And they was talking about those. This one woman jumped up and said, "I had the stick so that I could be able to provide for my family."
What the fuck?
Exactly. And you know what the
What
woman
that
was?
got
She
to
was
do
like,
with me?
listen, you gotta hear the whole thing. It's gonna make sense when I finish. Listen, she said I had to suck dick in order to be able to provide for my family. And the girl thought about it. She's like, that's not true. You didn't have to suck dick to do that. You're gonna get on welfare. You're gonna get Section 8 housing. Those are a lot of things that you could utilize. But you know what? You went with a nigga that made you believe that that's the only value you had. Sucking dick. And I'm telling you that, Jazzy. Don't let these niggas make you believe that you don't have any value at all. You're not just loud. You're not just abusive. You better than that.
I'm not just on welfare. Yeah, I'm more than that.
Jazzy,
Stop fucking dick for
you are the future of moderators.
Wait, so
You gotta be a moderator.
So y'all niggas still trying to turn strippers into housewives. That's what you said?
Yeah, hey, now you want to fight.
Yo, King, they trying to turn felons into law enforcement.
Those are the best officers. Those are the best officers. They understand both sides.
Yeah, been there, done that.
Hell yeah.
No, Mike, they can't stop being corrupt though. That's the problem, fam. That's the problem.
Give Jazzy a green bean.
No, did y'all bring up that gerrymandering thing to Finley?
Yeah, let's talk about that shit.
Well, hold on, Finley, they said you were wrong and Eric was right.
Oh, no.
What?
Yeah, he was wrong. So Finley, you were wrong. It was a 6-3. We'll get into it.
Wait. The Supreme Court rules on the 14th Amendment?
Wait, no, not that one. This is the gerrymandering.
Oh, the Virginia Supreme Court.
versus
Yes, when it comes to not Virginia. This is not Virginia.
That's the only one that I weighed in on.
This is about
Louisiana.
Louisiana.
I didn't weigh in on the Louisiana one.
It was about Louisiana.
I didn't weigh in on the Louisiana one.
No, I didn't say you made a bet. I said that you were making an argument that they were going to rule against it.
No, I didn't.
I mean, man.
So even if it wasn't
Louisiana,
I think they made a ruling.
I didn't weigh in on Louisiana.
They made a ruling about gerrymandering.
But Louisiana specifically was the one that made it to the Supreme Court. Their map was based off of race. They drew seats based off of race.
But I'm saying, King, I didn't weigh in on that one. I didn't make a prediction on that.
You don't get it. It's the Supreme.
I didn't know. I made a prediction. I weighed in on Virginia, the Virginia one, and that was it.
You
And
don't
we respect
get it. They made it to the Supreme Court, meaning this is going to be, and Eric, you can correct me if I'm wrong, this is going to be the law that every state has to follow
Yes,
now?
every state has to follow this. You can no longer make maps based off of race.
Yeah.
That is over now.
So you were wrong.
So, for instance, the black districts, Finley in the South,
They about to get diluted and destroyed.
it's all over.
What do you mean diluted and destroyed? This is a great
No, it's not
thing.
going to get destroyed.
But we'll have more representation that might actually change the way black communities look, that look dilapidated, right?
This is not going to change the makeup of black communities.
One second, I'm almost
happen is that they will not have representation, and that's it. We're gonna go back to where we were. Even less
how has it
representation.
worked? Oh, even less fortunate. So now they'll be dirt poor.
This has nothing to do with poverty. This is about
So what does that have to
representation.
do with it?
Democrats has nothing to do with
This has to do with representation. This has to do with
In what?
representation in elected offices.
Yeah, but
What?
Finley, the reason why I side with Jazz is because I do think black people have essentially allowed their political clout and political chips to be mismanaged by Democrats. And this will, like Jazzy's pointing out, this will be a sort of wake up because it will force black people to kind of have to now strategize in terms of getting their out there instead of just assuming that Democrats are going to do these unconstitutional things. We now have to really think about how we're going to pull our weight in some of these states. So I see where she's coming from with this.
All it does is silence the little voice that blacks currently have.
We
right?
don't have a voice.
And
If you're not
I'm gonna. All it's gonna do.
There's a queue.
All it's gonna do is silence.
Mr. Finley, there's the queue. Let's
No, there's still a queue, and it's my turn.
Oh, my fault.
No, you're good. You're good. So
Don't be in the queue then.
So very quickly, and Jazzy, that is a good topic. I'm surprised we haven't talked about it yet. But essentially, the Supreme Court actually today.
Mods are ignoring the queue. There is a queue.
Ma'am, I am the queue.
No, it's Jacobin.
No, it is me.
Alright, can you he didn't finish his submission.
What are you talking about? I was the one talking, and then they interrupted me.
You know what? Send them down for that, bro.
You know what? Mike, I will send this nigga down. Where is he at?
I'm just kidding.
Nah. So
I'm gonna say Mike advocating for the police brutality. I'm gonna say what?
By the way, Mike, check your back channel. I sent you something. So this today has been a terrible day for Democrats. The Supreme Court has been ruling. Go look at it. Don't believe me. Go look at the Supreme Court rulings. They have essentially been handing all types of wins and whatever to the Republicans and Trump. And again, that's not necessarily a good thing because the Republicans are like John Thune and some of these other folks are fucking retarded. But the gerrymandering that is going on when it comes to race-based picking up certain areas has been struck down. It was a 6-3 ruling. If I remember correctly, it was Sotomayor, Jackson, and Kagan that were the three who ruled against. So what essentially happens now is that all of these districts, specifically in the South, in some of the other areas too, but mainly in the South, in Georgia, Texas, and other areas, the Republicans will essentially in Tennessee also, Tennessee and Kentucky, the Republicans will essentially be able to redraw the map where they hand more House seats to Republicans without having to have an election. And so that is very consequential, especially for the midterms that are coming up. Because the narrative so far has been, there's going to be a blue wave. Well, guess what, nigga? That blue wave is looking like a drip, right? And so it is important that y'all understand. Now, this is different. This is different than what we're seeing in Virginia. So Virginia's redrawing of the map is not race-based. It is just simply based on their constitution. There were processes not followed, right? So there's a process that was not followed, which will likely be the reason why the map is not allowed. And it's state, it's not federal. So this is not something that can go to the Supreme Court. This is something that in Virginia specifically will be handled by the Virginia Supreme Court. Just so those who are following both understand, they're not the same. So the Supreme Court ruling is based on the race-based stuff. But Virginia specifically is based on procedure, and partly based off of because they have something about the way that seats can be divided up, blah, 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 this and that. So I'll end it there since we're on this topic.
Yo, King, that was pretty good, Joe.
No, I appreciate it, bro.
You know what, though? I think you should expound on that a little more. So you know what I'm gonna do?
Wait, what?
I'm gonna give you my time, Nick.
Oh, yeah. What did you want me to say?
I like the Virginia procedure part. The Virginia procedure part you was talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I got you, Jacobus. So when it comes to Virginia specifically, the procedures. So for instance, when an election is supposed to come up and you want to change the seats, for instance, there are certain rules like, hey, we can only do this between, and this is just an example, January and April. But then the Democrats choose to do it during May. I'm just using this as an example. That's an example of a procedure that needs to be followed in order to get this done. So there's three of them, Jacobus. Typically, I don't remember them exactly, but there's actually 7 that the lawsuit puts forward that says, hey, we didn't follow these specific things, therefore throw this out. And if you see the judge that actually threw the map out, literally the next day after it passed, he cited those things. And so they appealed, and they're obviously going to appeal to the Virginia court. But like I said, because Democrats did not go through these procedures, even if we grant them, yes, now the map is redrawn where Republicans basically have 1 seat and the Democrats have 9, just based off of procedure alone, the map will be thrown out. It's going to happen.
That was the state right now. The Democrats just lost.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Jacobus, if that's all you wanted to know, that's what I have to say on that. If there's any other specific thing, that's it.
That was pretty cool. Thank you, bro.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Oh, this is a.
No, that was my goal. I gave him my time.
Oh, that's your goal. Okay. All right.
Get it together, Don.
Dominic is next.
I'm gonna yield my time to.
Concrete, let's go, Billy.
All right. Thank you, brother Dominic. All right. I have no idea what you niggas is talking about.
Oh, fuck.
Good, brother Dominic. No takesy backsies. No take backs. I have no idea what you niggas is talking about. And so I want to use this opportunity to continue to wage a war either against white women, cheeseburger Latinas, or chopped cheese Latinas, simp ass niggas who like to wag their finger, or I don't see. Oh, look at Caroline. What's up, Caroline? How you doing, girl?
Caroline.
We could. You know what? I'm gonna double back to yesterday's kerfuffle, debacle, total niggeristic meltdown. And I want to highlight how what you'll notice is that nobody's ever guilty in these rooms, right? If you confess and you tell the truth about what you did, that is an honorable person. That is a person with integrity. That is a person with decency. But if you are a nigga that stands on business when you're wrong, then you, sir, you, ma'am, have no integrity. You cannot look yourself in the face and say that I'm a truthful person. And not being able to look yourself in the face and admit or not admit when you're wrong, that is an extreme failing. That is basically somebody who's driving, flying blind. You don't even know what reality is because you've told so many times such that you believe it. You're playing a character. What all is called method acting. when you never fucking break character and you're never wrong. And guess what? Women obviously have a, I think maybe more so than men. I don't know, I could be wrong. They have a higher propensity to engage such self-delusional behavior. But there is hope. And a chopped cheese queen demonstrated that she could be wrong, and that she demonstrated that she can fucking apologize. And to all of all people, a Nigerian warlord / diplomat, right? So I hope that the people from yesterday, Don, Nate, Carolyn, y'all can admit fucking knowledge. Y'all can admit, I fucked up on that one. Eric, Psych, them niggas actually, they didn't fuck up. They had just a nefarious plan to destroy the Q, which is evil. How in the hell y'all niggas conspire against Don to destroy the Q? The Q is what makes them civilized. Look at y'all. All fucking well-behaved, manageable, hearing each other out, not spurging. The Q is to be respected and honored. That's why it's sacrosanct. It's the social fucking contract. You don't fuck with the Q because you hear niggas saying, no. We don't want the Q. No! The Q above all. Fuck your feelings. Right? Because the Q is what keeps the Barbarians inside. Right? Inside. Let them fight themselves on the inside. Pause. Not let them start beating their chest in society and throwing shit and shite and feces. Those are the three of the same thing. Right? So yeah, Don got coerced by Eric and Psych. Carolyn got confused about cutting and pay fucking Q. Concrete was minding his fucking business, looking for the Q, copy, paste the Q, put your name. Fucking rules. I did it. And then some asshole who lacks interpersonal skills, who can't say excuse me and thank you and please and may I. They said, no, I'm next. I'm next. I'm next. I'm gonna say some a lot of mean things, get you to teach you about me, to bow down to me. I'm next. I'm next. No, nigga, we don't operate like that in fucking suburban society. This ain't a fucking ghetto. This ain't Popeye's chicken. This ain't Chuck E. Cheese. Where all the niggas hang out. If you're a suburban night, in any of those fucking nigger fucking laced locations, you make sure you strapped, or you have de-escalation skills for the whole crew. Because one, everywhere where niggas is at, in any fucking critical mass, anywhere. You know why? Because one person who doesn't know the fucking rules of dealing with niggers is gonna get you all fucked up. Because you'll say, oh, what? Shit, I didn't know I stepped on you, bitch. You're like, this bitch. Next you walking up like, whoa, Kashana, fucking yelling. Then you run up, and she in front of Bonisha's fucking face, and now here come her nigga, and now you in the mess. And now you in the mess because you didn't know how to fucking have interpersonal skills, you didn't know how to de-escalate, and none of your fucking crew members know how to do it. Now niggas is shooting, because niggas don't fight no more. Niggas is shooting. What are you gonna do? Do you think they're not gonna shoot? They not finna shoot in front of Chucky? So these are the persons who will get you fucked up in real life. And you better be ready for them, because they ready for you. They were plotting on you while they were putting on their makeup. I wish a bitch would talk to me like that. Wasn't fucking shit. I wish a bitch would. I wish a bitch would. And then the nigga next to her, he said, God damn, this bitch is fucking crazy. I better make sure I'm ready, because she's gonna get me in some shit. Right? So that's a crew that's fucking ready. Mentally, to fuck with you. Slightest of non-offenses. The slightest of I don't care about you. I don't be thinking about you.
That's not the lyrics. You gotta get it right, brother.
No, nigga, it's not the lyrics. It's fucking what Ply said during the fucking live, nigga.
Oh.
You big man. You big man.
I thought you were talking about I don't.
And niggas got, hold on, brother. Catch up later. And niggas got all kind of fucking scenarios worked out in their heads. And they tell you, when you get into the midst of them, they start going over the scenario that they've been playing in their fucking heads. You get to hear it all. This motherfucker want to play shit with me and talk shit with me. Like, motherfucker, what the hell? You been having a conversation with your fucking self this whole time? You want to put me in the middle of it? Between you, yourself, and you? Yo, that shit is crazy. And this is where it's all played out in the safety of the internet. And even here in the internet, niggas haven't developed the wherewithal, for the sake of the entertainment of the internet, the wherewithal to say, my bad. My bad. Oh, my bad. No. Don, stand on business on the internet. Carolyn, stand on business on the internet. And to a lesser degree, who else stand on business on the internet? Tons of people, I'm included. Fuck it, I'm included. I stand on business too. But only when it's righteous. Only when niggas is trying to bully and fucking control freak their way through life. You know what a control freak is? A control freak is a paranoid, hurt person that at one point were vulnerable, and unfortunately, you know, it is what it is, right? And so they became vigilant. Never again. In fact, instead of me being controlled and falling prey and being vulnerable, I'm gonna control. Never again. That's all they're playing in their head. Never again. How do you stay so vigilant? Never again. They're checking their weapon every fucking 5 seconds. Why are you checking your weapon? You just checked it 5 seconds ago. Why are you looking at your gun? Why are you pulling out your magazines? What is wrong with you? They're vigilant. They're never going to be taken advantage of again. Never. Baby girl. No. It's not like that. Fuck you. Never again. Shooting. On site. I'm shooting next time. On site. I'm not asking questions. Start shooting. That's what we're dealing with. And so the rant has gone so long and been so performative, I forgot where the fuck I was going. Oh yeah, ownership of yesterday. Yes. Niggas gotta own it, B. Niggas like Don got played by niggas like Eric, and then niggas like Don, instead of gathering herself, she then got played by niggas like Nate. And then she had somebody try to help her who couldn't help her knowledge. And that's when she fucking just collapsed. And what did she default to? She just defaulted to, Caroline, women. That's the least resistance. I don't want to hear her yelling at me, because I know if Concrete start yelling at me, we'll be over it in like 5 minutes flat. 5 seconds flat. 5 milliseconds. Because Concrete don't give a fuck like that. But these motherfuckers, I'd rather get in the cage with the bear than these motherfuckers, right? And that's what happened to Don. So I gotta forgive her, but I also gotta get her to own her own shit. She fucking adjudicated the most backwards, upside down fucking verdict yesterday I've ever seen in my fucking life. And she knows it. Because she did something under stress, which is try to get rid of the queue. She said, no more queue, no more calls. Then how do we stay organized, Don? How do we stay from all the clamoring voices to say their piece, like without any fucking direction or hierarchy or order? How, Don? But you can't explain it to her. So she has to experience the chaos. And then guess what she said today? Put your name in the queue! Cut and paste, put your name in the queue! The fuck? Why do we have to go through this experiment yesterday? Oh, Eric and Mike, they stressed the shit out of her. Anyway, so at the end of the day, Eric and Mike conspired against Don. Nate sat back and watched it and let her fucking drown under the weight of her own ignorance. Because he was getting back at her for some other shit that happened earlier. And I saw it. They tried to say something about the queue and Don said, get out of the way. This is my queue. Oh, okay. You want to kill? So you got that shit was crazy. Anyway, I had a great time yesterday. Hanging out with niggers. And it has to remind you, bro, when you bump into a nigger, you say, I'm so glad I have a normal life. I gotta call my parents. I gotta say thank you for shielding me from the negrosity and the debauchery. And I need a word that Caucasity. Thank you. Coonery. Coonery. Thank you.
Yosemite. Thanks, Concrete.
Can I go after Coco?
No, you can't.
Can I say something to Q?
No.
Q said no, thank you, Jessica.
Just kidding. Of course, yeah.
We don't have
Yosemite's still here?
Not well.
Yes,
She did.
I'm still here.
Wait. I was passive aggressive with who? Ashley, it's on Ash, and then Eric, Mr. Finley, Coco, and then Nate and Jessica.
People in our culture are terrified of nothing. They're terrified of death. Always be ready to survive alone.
First off, Mark, how much do you guys get paid to do the grueling job of children's moderators?
$0.
Everybody's exactly. Wait, it's my turn. Q. Well, Nathan, you're the owner of the room, so you would be the one that was supposed to pay these people.
The currency is dopamine.
Okay, but anyway, they're not being paid to wrangle everybody like.
Individual rights, expanding as in reference to 1776, that the Constitution provided and the court supported it. I believe that's a progress in the history of this country. Do we want to take that away? Do we want to dial back because of some of the measures to right past wrong are not considered fair or right? Should we go back to position zero? Again, most people say that's not going to happen. Well, I think the trend, the spiral that you're discussing, it makes me, at least if I were betting something, I would not refuse that possibility that things like that might happen. May not be exactly like taking away women's right to vote or taking away, reinstalling slavery, maybe. But remember, we're looking at citizenship. Birthright citizenship is not there anymore because of the perception of these sort of foreign invaders that are giving birth on this land to become citizens. And there's a good chance that part of the Constitution might be read as not there. The court will make the decision later this year. Now, if you extrapolate that, the trend is very, very concerning indeed.
So a prime example, since you mentioned the Voting Rights Act, and I'm old enough to remember Jim Crow. I'm old enough to remember in the Deep South, when you walked into an accommodation, there were signs that said, "We exercise the right to refuse service to anyone." And that was code for anyone who is not white. And that's no longer allowed because of the Civil Rights Act. I guess we're talking about the Voting Rights Act, not the Civil Rights Act, but the point still stands. Today, we would say, well, that's a good law, that you can't discriminate against black people. But there's another side to it, and it could be packaged not as an erosion of rights to any one group, but to a restoration of rights to the landowner, to the proprietor. If I own a restaurant, it's my property. It's private property. Shouldn't I have the right to determine who I allow to walk through the door? Should I have that right? It's my property. So I'm not arguing that, folks. I'm just saying that could be an argument used We're not trying to discriminate against anybody and prevent them as a group from going into Gary's establishment. We're just wanting to restore Gary's rights. I mean, this is exactly what we're seeing with DEI prohibitions. DEI was considered, or affirmative action as it used to be called, basically by society, at least by liberal society, I don't know about all society, but probably a majority of society, as moving forward, a movement of enlightenment to ensure that everybody has an equal opportunity. Now it's considered as prohibiting opportunities from a different class of people, right? So, while I don't think I can't envision taking away the right for women to vote, I could certainly see that provision of the Civil Rights Act being struck down as being discriminatory against not a group of people based on race, but a group of people based on ownership, i.e. the owners of the establishment.
Another example, Gary, relating to what we talked about yesterday is freedom of speech, is that, for example, nowadays, if you happen to be a foreigner, for example, having a visa, trying to enter into the United States, then you really don't have a lot of freedom of speech, because if you say something bad or negative, or even ridiculing the president or vice president of the U.S., that's not allowed. Meaning you will.
If it's on your social media, you won't be allowed into the country.
Right. Now, this is more importantly what I'm about to say. The people may say, "Oh, who cares? Those are foreigners, right?" It's not impacting us who are living in the U.S. citizens. Well, is that the case? I think that James Comey is a very interesting example that the grand jury actually indicted him when he was actually, I believe, outside of the government. He was not the FBI director anymore when he posted that picture on the beach for one day, but not less than even a day. And like I think William was saying that, did he make any specific threat about such and such a time, such and such a way to do something bad to the president? No. He essentially, posted a picture, basically showing his disapproval of the 47th president. At least that's one view of looking at it. Well, I think combined to what I said about the actual measures being executed against foreigners in terms of their freedom of speech, or the lack thereof, I think that erosion is happening even to U.S. citizens. Yes, it's happening to James Comey, who happened to be a political enemy, and that's why you can say that's why he was indicted by the Justice Department. And you'll say, hey, I'm not a political enemy of the president, so that's not going to happen to me. Well, I mean, we're all.
But should that be the benchmark?
Sorry?
Should that be the benchmark of whether you're admitted into the country or not, whether you are critical of the President of the United States? What if you're laudatory of the President of the United States and you feel, oh, I'm immune from being prohibited from entering the country, but when I come back 4 years from now and the president is a Democratic president and they see that I was laudatory to the previous president, they might deny me entrance. I mean, how can that even be a reason?
Well, again, Gary, people can say, those are the damn foreigners, who gives a shit, right? But pay attention to history. 1950s, the McCarthyism, the Red Scare, it's not that long ago. I mean, some people in this room might even be alive in 1950s. This is really not that far off in terms of our rights to speak freely out of our minds. And this is one of the things that U.S. has really prided itself over all the other dictatorship countries, right? Nowadays, if you are, the Kathy Griffiths is another example. You could say, oh, that's grotesque, blah, blah, blah. But could that be viewed as artistic expression on the part of a
It's
comedian?
John from Hinge.
Well,
How are you
that was
doing?
even a few years ago. So I think the rights, freedom of speech, freedom to think, even nowadays with AI, I think it probably will accentuate the rights as laid out in the Constitution. Whether as citizens we do believe we should uphold those rights to think freely, to express ourselves freely, to be judged by our actions, not by our thoughts. I'm not so sure anymore. Again, James told me it's one person. You can say that's an aberration, but the trend is really there. You know, the reporters are being pepper sprayed during the ICE actions. You know, the reporters, they were just like reporting, but they were viewed as being interfering with ICE actions. And under the law, ICE had authorities to actually punish those reporters. And that is real. That's for U.S. citizens, not for foreigners. So I think we really, as voters, we really have to think carefully and really hard, because I'm afraid that this is not just, oh, it's happening to other people. It's not me. It's not going to happen to me. Okay, I'm not a foreigner. I don't need a visa to come back to the U.S. But I think those thoughts are short-sighted. When I say short, I don't mean like 100 years. It could actually happen maybe next 5 years. That would impact the rights of U.S. citizens, and that definitely makes me think we're in a perilous position.
So to some extent, that's already true when it comes to United States citizens, and not that they can prevent you from entering the country, but they can make it very difficult, because U.S. citizens returning to the country are subject to warrantless examinations of their electronic devices, their phones, their laptops, and their social media by Customs and Border Protection officers. Well, now, why would they do that? The Customs and Border Patrol says it has the authority to search all arriving baggage and devices to ensure compliance, I'm reading from their website, with customs and immigration laws. So they assert that the border search exception to the Fourth Amendment, that there is a border search exception to the Fourth Amendment against unreasonable searches and seizures. Now, the government says the scope of those searches are limited, but they are reviewing photos, text messages, social media content, digital contraband, as they call it, to assess admissibility. And if you as a U.S. citizen refuse to unlock your device, you may, but doing so might lead to that device being seized and or you being detained. They can't force you to reveal your passwords, but they can hold your devices for long periods of time. And I have read advice from travel experts who suggest that when you travel overseas, leave your phone at home and get a burner phone and get a virtual SIM card like Cricket or something, so that you can still maintain your phone number and maintain your contacts while traveling, but you'll have a clean device when re-entering the country. Well, why would a U.S. citizen have to do that? You're exercising your right as an American
you can
citizen
start by
to
never voting for a
express
Democrat again.
whatever you want to
Liberals do
express,
this. Justice
unless
and
you're
revolt.
using your device to say,
Arrest Judge John.
bring
Unless he's a
contraband comes to mind. So if
lawless
it's like
chaos society.
child
Revolution
pornography on your
now.
device, I understand
Arrest this
that.
trash. Arrest all the criminals he's let loose
If
on
you
no
are
cash bail and income limit. The
texting
sheriff needs to arrest Judge
some
John.
kind of
End
a
woke liberal
terroristic
domestic
plot,
terrorism now.
I understand that, but they have real wide discretion when it comes to this.
Then you better stop voting
So,
Democrat and crush the
if you
liberals
are
who did this to your daughter.
theoretically somebody who's active on Clubhouse, this room isn't being recorded.
Yes, it is. It is, Gary.
Active on Clubhouse, and you say things that they may view as not being conducive to readmission to the country, they can make it difficult for you to re-enter the country. So, is the next step not allowing people to enter? This administration is already talking about people who have immigrated to the United States and then become citizens, having their citizenship stripped. Your citizenship, or my citizenship, if I was born in this country, my citizenship can't be stripped. But maybe yours, if you're a citizen and you were born elsewhere, can be, potentially, under what this administration is talking about. So, I don't think you're so far off base with your concerns, Ben.
And by the way, Gary, you're saying this room is not recorded. there are individuals that they
There
are.
are people who do recording, yes. I mean, there are people, once you're out here, there's nothing to prevent people from recording what you say. You're absolutely correct. Thank you, Ben. We'll go to Brian, followed by Hermes.
Hey, Gary. I think good conversation so far. I'm a little more optimistic. I think the fundamentals of our society are resilient enough, and I think we see that there's some evidence to indicate that
I'm about
it's
to get a
working
workout
as
in like
it should,
some
as it
dinner.
was designed. The branches of government, yeah, I have some issues. I mean, speaking, the Congress has abdicated a lot of its responsibility for legislating to the executive branch. They give too much power to the agencies under the executive branch, and they pass omnibus spending bills, and then they go back and they defend it by saying, well, I didn't like this or I didn't like that, but I had to vote for it because, X, Y, and Z. So, I mean, yeah, there are some parts of the government that have evolved, I'd say, away from the way it was intended, like the checks and balances are weakened because of that application of the legislature to the executive branch. But I mean, from a I guess broader perspective, I think the foundations are strong. We have the greatest economy in the world. I don't think that's really going to change anytime
Are you
soon.
free
But
tomorrow
that
night?
once our
Are you free tomorrow?
economic policy goes and drives us into, say, bankruptcy or collapse. I think if our economy collapses, our money collapses, then that would be the time to panic. So looking at the debt, and how much of our annual budget goes to servicing the debt, that's an issue. Um, but I think if you look at the way the country has unfolded from its beginning, there were people around the world who didn't want America to form, didn't want America to survive, didn't want America to thrive, and they certainly don't like us being a superpower. I'd say primarily, Marxists and people who are big statist government types, and for whatever reason they oppose America being founded on Western Enlightenment values, and so just philosophically, fundamentally, they don't like the way that America is built, designed, founded, and you see a lot of Marxist ideas that I think are our long-term threat, like Gucci's Long March Through the Institutions, right? So in the mid '60s, there's a Marxist who basically says, hey, we're not going to defeat these guys economically or militarily. The way to defeat America is to infiltrate the institutions and undermine them from within. And so I think that's where we see a lot of things happening now. You see a lot of people inside the government who are anti-government, a lot of people inside these institutions that are anti-American, and they work to undermine the effectiveness, like the rule of law. You see a lot of activist judges, things like that. That's what I would consider to be an indication of some of the undermining of the institutions. But you also have the issue of the culture wars, and we went through a lot of back and forth in the '60s, a lot of political violence, a lot of emergence of the hippie movement. A lot of those slogans took hold, for a generation. But recently you've seen kind of a counterculture. You see a lot of trad wife stuff where people are kind of moving away. They've gone through one or two generations of single motherhood and collapse of the family, and they realize the effect that has not just on individuals in those families, but the entire community. And so there's a return in a lot of the younger generation towards more traditional values, more, let's say, conservative values. And I think the younger generation, if I recall, is having less sex, drinking less alcohol, doing a lot of things that previous generations.
Based on Dan's ex-post on calling the police and FBI to have his access to firearms restricted, danger to society.
We need to have the back and forth. I wouldn't want to live in a country governed by Republicans or only by Democrats. We have to have the dispute. We have to have.
Right, but the question of the day is not the back and forth, not the tension between the parties. It's the misuse, potentially, of the tools at their hands. So let me give you a hypothetical. Before I ask you the hypothetical, Brian, I want to ask you, do you feel that the prosecution of James Comey is political, or because there was an actual threat made by the former FBI director on the life of the president?
I think it was political. I don't think the threat. I mean, yeah, 86 means to eliminate, so it's a reach to kind of say that it was a direct threat. So I think
okay, it was political. So, getting to the whole concept of the discourse today, if in the future there is a Democratic president, is it beyond the realm of possibility, if we continue with this tit for tat, that president will direct his Justice Department to indict Kash Patel?
I mean, yeah, there's a risk to that, but I don't really see that as a threat because what will happen is you will have a slower response. It will have to go through the voting process, the election process. But you'll have, I think what really is going to happen is the threats like you're describing are going to just indicate to people, I like that or I don't like that. And then what we've seen happen for like the past 30 years, you've seen a mass exodus from blue states. So as blue states like California, New York, Illinois, Massachusetts, etc., have grown in their promises and size and scope and taxation and all that, people are fleeing and they're going to, it's called red states, Texas, Florida, North Carolina.
Actually, there's an exodus of from Florida right now because of rising prices. People are leaving Florida in pretty large numbers.
So that's a good indication, though, of what I'm saying.
But I mean, what does that have to do with the question at hand, where people live? I don't get it.
Because what that means is the states that are represented by people moving with their feet will indicate the strength of the Congress to hold the executive branch and the judicial branch accountable. So if you get, let's say, some jackass like, let's say, Trump, he offends a large proportion of society, and people at the local, state, federal level don't like it. They turn on him. Let's say his base turns on him. You're going to see that in the next elections. You're going to see that in the next 2 or 3 elections. So there will come a candidate or a series of candidates who say, look, I'm not Trump. I'm not going to govern like Trump. I think he corrupted things. I think he mismanaged, weaponized the judicial branch, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but the Republicans claim that this all started with the Democrats weaponizing the judicial branch against Trump. So this is why I don't.
That's how the process should work.
It should work that way.
It's working as it should.
So from your perspective,
because of that.
So from your perspective, it's not eroding public confidence in the government. Everybody's cool with it, and the republic will survive. But
I don't think everybody's cool with it, but I do think it will survive because you will see. I mean, if people get fed up with Trump, if the base turns on Trump, he won the swing states, he won the majority of the election, the popular vote. If people turn on him, his base turns on him, then we'll get an anti-Trump. Just like you could say Trump was an anti-Obama. So the system is working as it should, and when the 3 branches of government or the 3 houses, the 2 houses and the president, the houses of the legislature are divided.
You were a horrible leader.
You see people get frustrated.
Right, I get all that. But I think where you and I diverge is my concern that it doesn't matter whether it's your guy or my guy who's in the people's house, or whether it's your folks or my folks who are controlling the Congress. What matters is, will there be the perceived continued abuse of the powers that they rightfully have at their disposal for political reasons? And My point is that I'm concerned that the answer to that question is yes. I think what you're saying is yes, but it doesn't really matter.
I'm saying yes, and the reason it doesn't matter is because there will be enough of a responsive, reflexive reaction to, corruption, to, the economic instability that comes from undermining the rule of law. Examples that you saw defund the government or defund the police movements that happened over the last 5 years, and how those municipalities quickly reversed course.
Yeah, but that's not really addressing the question of the abuse of the power given to the various governmental agencies and the legislative branch. What you're saying, I'm not arguing any point that you've raised, but I don't think it directly responds to the question at hand. Others may see that it does, and that Gary is not grasping the point, and I will give you that possibility. Thank you, Brian. We'll go to Hermes, followed by Scott.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, depending on where you're at. Is it David? Or the gentleman that was speaking before me, Brian, I guess, he made a comment. He said, things are working as they should. And I completely disagree with that, right? I've watched King Charles do his address to Congress, and man, he is such a class act. Everyone there was happy. Everyone there was supporting him. It's like he was able to bring Republicans and Democrats together in such a way that I haven't seen that in a long time in that building. And it almost, I started thinking about it. I went to a castle today here in Mexico, and I was thinking about this whole thing, and I was thinking about what I wanted to say here when I came to your room, Gary. And watching King Charles, he talked about checks and balances, and he's a king. He's a real king, right? And maybe, just maybe, we need to have a monarchy. Maybe we go back to Great Britain. I know that would never happen, but it just makes me think like, I don't think we're on the right path. It seems like everything is being diminished and degraded, and it's getting worse. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Hermes. Scott, followed by Daryl.
Yeah, so I think, Gary, the Republic is in peril. We're not self-governing.
If this video gets 5 likes,
I think on some level, Republican government, small r, involves people being self-governing and not being tribalistic. And, Aristotle and Plato both, they disagreed on many, many things, but they both agreed that you needed a kind of self-aware populace to have a Republican government. And we're not capable of a republic. So I think that's, I think we will be in some form of totalitarianism, left or right, I don't know. But the republic is probably over. And I'll turn it back to you.
Wow, what a dour view of things. Worse than mine. I thought I was going to be accused of being presenting things in a bummer mood. Scott, you trumped me on that, and no pun intended.
Very, very powerfully and strongly. I'm very strong and very powerful.
Thank you, Mr. President. Daryl, followed by William. Daryl? William, followed by Barbie.
Hey, so I think your topic is really timely because I listened to some of what King Charles had to say, and I thought about, okay, where are we in America as compared to the other countries that were part of the Commonwealth? Are we better off? Are we not better off? And in many ways, we're clearly better off. We're really fortunate that we have oceans that are moats on both sides. We used to have friendly neighbors to our north and to our south, and that relationship is imperiled. But the continental United States is clearly blessed with the best defensive geographic architecture of any place in the world, and the best inner waterway system for transport of goods, being basically the Mississippi River Basin of any place in the world. Nobody comes close to it. So, are we imperiled? Yeah, the point you raised about Rome is really a good question. Are we do have a jeopardy, as Dr. Francine suggested, a constitutional convention, and she also, I don't think that's going to happen, but it could. And she mentioned Citizens United, which I think is a fundamental, pivotal mistake made by our courts that declared that corporations are people and that money is speech. And I think that perverted some of the concepts in a way that's going to have long-term detriment to the country of equating money with speech and corporations as people, and the ideas of personhood. Yeah, that deserved to evolve, but corporations are not people, and so there needs to be some fundamental reforms. And can it be done outside of a constitutional convention? Yeah, the only way you can do that is by legislation, for practical purposes, or judicial decisions. But the justices are not term limited, and they're going to be in there for life. And we basically know where they stand, at least for the most part. We know where they stand. So outside, and I don't know if the court really can be reformed by legislation. That might require a constitutional amendment or a constitutional convention. And if you have a constitutional convention, one of the outcomes could be that the country would decide to dissolve in part. That's a theoretical possibility. So, what would we be left with? A country on the West Coast, a country in the Midwest, a country on the East Coast.
Country in Texas, it's a republic. The Republic of Texas.
That Lone Star State definitely would want to be, well, not definitely, but likely would want to self-govern and not have outside interference. So it could change things radically. So I don't think a constitutional convention is likely, but yeah, it could happen. And the decisions that are being made now have weakened the United States from the perspectives of national defense. So our interests are not just, are we in peril? Yeah, we have worldwide interests. We have interests in Guam, in Palau, in along the Pacific Rim, in Europe. We've got bases all over the world, and so part of what makes us strong is the United States dollar being the reserve currency, and one of the main exports that we have is U.S. dollars, and the political power that we have around the world, and that's definitely been weakened with the drastic loss of allies due to our betrayal of our alliances. So, are we in peril? Yeah, we're in peril of of real negative consequences from the shift away from the dollar, and that's going to take a long time. It's not going to be fast, but once it starts, like empires, like the Soviet Union was under stress for a long time, and it seemed like it would never end and it would stand forever. So these things happen slowly, and then they happen all of a sudden. So we can be under stresses slowly, and then ultimately the collapse or the disintegration can be all of a sudden. And that's been a historical pattern for empires, and we are an empire throughout history.
So, from my perspective, William, if things break up to where there are multiple republics, I'm going to just fix that little interruption that we're getting. If Clubhouse is commenting, there we go. Then I'm going to declare myself a citizen of the Common Republic. That's where I'm moving, to the Common Republic.
Is that down in the Keys? I think that's Key West.
Yes, you are correct, and they did declare their independence.
You have at it. Enjoy.
For one day, they declared their independence, I think it was. Thank you, William. We'll go to Barbie, followed by Austin.
Hey, well, I'm 2 hours from the Conch Republic, so, welcome one and all. It's a lot of fun down there. My comment is, I actually do think it's a peril, and I do agree to a degree. It would seem that everything's working and it should be pendulum swinging back and forth and all of that. If you think there's nothing different, though, than the past 20, 30, 40 years, there is a difference now, and that difference is technology, that difference is AI. And so I would say that if we did not have that factor, then I fully believe, hey, yeah, the pendulum will swing back.
Your microphone's open, but we're not hearing your melodious tones. Barbie, we lost you there. Austin, followed by Yurimo. Austin.
Hi, am I coming in clear? It sounds like I don't have the best cell phone reception right now.
We hear you.
Am I in the Matrix or?
No, we hear you loudly and clearly.
Okay, cool. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Anyways, when I only had a minute to talk earlier and I had to run, I was starting to talk about, what kind of country do we want? Are we really working towards a vision? Do we really have visionary leadership? Is hate a temperament of leadership that we want? I think these are really important things to consider. I think it's important to look at social contract theories, like what's the agreement between the consent of the governed and the government? What kind of government do we want to elect? Who are our allies, and are they going to stay our allies? And what purpose does greed serve in our society? Does everyone need more? Do younger generations that can't find jobs, and 10% of workforces at large publicly traded companies are just fired without thought of how they might find a job in the future? The real market? I think we need, I don't think we need a fundamentalist Great Awakening, but I think it was really faulty to create curse words out of words like liberal and woke, because a lot of people need to wake the heck up and look around and see the world from some other perspectives. I think our nation will endure. I think the Republic will endure. And I hope we find really sage leaders. King Charles, as you mentioned, was highly impressive and highly learned. We needn't not only elect people with upper class accents and upper class vocabularies and upper class cadences. Yet at the same time, we want to make sure our leaders are potential and diplomatic. I think diplomatic is incredibly important. And folks to realize, like, to just watch the reality television shows on the television. You don't need to elect a reality television character to govern us. Like, I think a lot of people have had experiences with bad bosses. Someone I know who's quite conservative mentioned, I'm hiring my politicians. If you get to choose which boss you hire, what type of boss do you want to hire? Because people compare Donald Trump to that like weird 90s like puppet dinosaur show where he's like the angry dinosaur boss. It's always
right, but the discussion really is not about Donald Trump specifically, although yes, this use of lawfare is obviously, in my opinion, occurring with the prosecution of James Comey, and I cannot imagine that the government will pay off. But who knows? You never know. But the question is, are the abuses that people believe that they see? The Republicans felt that there were abuses by the Democrats when they came after the president during his first term, especially with the impeachments. That was a use of a tool given to the Congress that they felt was being abused because they just didn't like Donald Trump. And now we see Donald Trump using the Justice Department to go after people supposedly, and federal agencies to go after people and their companies because they disagree with him. So that would be an abuse on that side. So my concern that I'm proposing here is that we have this tit for tat going on right now that will likely continue beyond this administration, long after Donald Trump is no longer president. Even if the next president is this fabulous statesperson and not a reality TV star, as you point out, that then when the Democrats are in office, they're going to do the same thing to the Republicans. And then when the Republicans are in office, they're going to do the same thing to the Democrats. And if, in fact, you accept that possible proposition, what effect has that on the stability of the Republic?
What I'm getting at, though, is where I was trying to go. We have a pick your own adventure book. We could choose to elect a great statesman, and a great statesman won't be petty. A great statesman will acknowledge the norms that make sense of the past and integrate into a future of increasing AI technology, and will adjust to new systems of leadership. It can't be command and control egotism forever. Like, we're in the 21st century. Let's stop tabooing words like liberal. Like, we love liberty in this country. And let's stop tabooing words like woke. Let's wake up and stop liberalism.
So your observation or your argument is that the ship of state will settle on a steady as she goes course once this administration is gone, and we won't see a continuation of the tit for tat that Gary is so concerned about.
Well, I think it's either it's possible, but it's a pick your own adventure, and I don't know. I really like the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King quote. Like, I'm not quoting this perfectly, but like, the arc towards justice is like a long time horizon, but the curve of the arc bends towards justice.
Thank you for that, Dawson. Yuriyimo, followed by Marcus.
Hey, thanks for inviting me to speak. I just want to read off two quotes that I came across over the years that somehow address this, the prompt of this room. Quote number one is from Cicero. It's from his On Duties, section 11, line 46. That's where he wrote, "It is true that non-citizens are not entitled to the rights of citizens, legislation to this effect was introduced by those outstanding Vice Counsel Lucius Licinius Crassus and Quintus Lucius Scaevola. But the exclusion of aliens from the city's amenities is completely opposed to natural human relations. Quote number 2 is from Judge Learned Hand, who's a great American jurist. He made a speech in 1944 during a I Am an American Day parade, where he said, "Liberty lies in the hearts of men and women. When it dies there, no constitution, no law, no court can save it. No constitution, no law, no court can even do much to help it. While it lies there, it needs no constitution, no law, no court to save it." And I think to answer the question whether the republic is in peril, my 2 cents is that I think, without addressing the geopolitical events, without addressing the specifics in politics, if you compare the energy in this country today to what it was from 20 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, there was a distinct difference, right? America has been in grave dangers multiple times before. The First World War, the Second World War, the Cold War, the national crisis at the beginning of the century, the financial crisis. But I don't think any of these events really took away the vibrant energy in this country. It has always been confident in itself. It always has convictions in its creeds. It was once welcoming of foreigners. It was magnanimous once upon a time. But now a lot of this energy is gone. The fact that people start to hate their neighbors, they hate foreigners without knowing who they are, and the fact that this confidence is slipping away. And I think that rings an alarm bell to most, or at least it should ring an alarm bell to most people of how it got there. I don't have a great solution to it, but just as an observer, I think a lot of things are in peril, including this republic.
Thank you. Your Cicero example is pretty interesting. Obviously, he did not participate in the writing of our Constitution, which notably uses the word people, not citizen, throughout, which has been interpreted consistently by the Supreme Court as to suggest that the protections of the Constitution extend to non-citizens within the United States, especially with regard to the First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendments, which they ruled specifically on. Thank you for that. We'll go to Marcus, followed by David.
Yes, hello, Gary. So, yes, I agree. We are in the beginning of a severe crisis which affects all multipolar societies, and yes, we are one of them, the biggest. Secondly, the crisis is the evaporation of trust, the ingredients which keep the society together. And we are just at the beginning because AI will accelerate that in a way. Buckle up. But now
Boy, is that not, you have no idea how right you are. Today, somebody wrote something in the chat, and somebody else thought that it was AI generated, and the person protested, no, those are my words. Now we have to defend what we are saying, because you may not believe that this is Gary saying what he is saying. Maybe I am an avatar. I don't know. Let me look in the mirror. Well, even looking in the mirror, I'm not certain. so I make a little light of it, but holy cow, Marcus, you're absolutely right. After the shooting at the Washington Hilton, circulating online was a picture of the prone suspect wearing an IDF t-shirt. And some people thought he really was wearing an IDF t-shirt, which of course he was not. So you're right. You really hit the nail on the head with that one.
Now comes the solution, Gary. Thank you. So,
are the most creative society. And listen to the German immigrant. In 1930, 1913, the Congress passed a law to create the Federal Reserve. Why? Because there was a run on banks, there was turmoil in our society. We have to do something similar and create a new institution which has a dual mandate like the Federal Reserve. Number one, find ways to increase trust in our society. I have a few ideas how to do that. And secondly, at the same side, it's the same thing as a collateral impact, decrease corruption. As simple as that.
Well, I think that would put more stress on the system, but it might resolve the problems. Supposedly that's what the courts are for, but lately the courts have been ruling, and maybe not lately, based on political ideology sometimes, rather than on strict interpretation of the law. And I know that in the past there was people on the right who were complaining about the liberal justices and judges, and now it's people on the left complaining about the conservative justices and judges, and maybe that's just human nature that occurs. I want to ask you something, Marcus, for my own edification, based on a conversation I had yesterday, which you may have heard with one of your fellow countrymen. Are there First Amendment-like protections in Germany similar to what we have here in the United States?
It's a little different. Every country has its own neuroses, historical damages, and dark sides, so it's crafted differently. But yes, you can also have an opinion and utter it frankly. But obviously there are certain areas where it's more sensitive.
Gotcha.
Like
so,
the US,
so I remain confused as to the point that the person was making. I was going to say that it was because
You lost for me?
Didn't have free speech rights, but you say that to one degree or another, they are there. So now I remain confused over yesterday's
it's just
discussion.
a formal thing. Some people would argue we don't have the First Amendment, but that's just, it's a superficial look at it.
Well, obviously you don't have the First Amendment in Germany because the First Amendment specifically is unique to the United States. But, you know, you have traffic laws in Germany, which are similar but maybe different in some respects to the United States, but pretty much the same. And so I imagine that this is as well. Thank you, Marcus. We'll go to David, followed by Philip. Howard, are you back? Okay, apparently not. David, followed by Philip.
Hey, Gary.
Hey, David.
Chris, you are a schmuck.
I would say it's changing, it's morphing, it's being rejiggered to diminish democratic processes. You know, the Supreme Court front and center again with regard to more voting rights restrictions. You know, it's interesting that 5 of the 6 justices are white Americans. Only one is African American, who really, if you were to criticize the decision, would be the only one really to say, hey, this may not be a problem.
They're calling for it now. No one wanted this but woke liberal domestic terrorists.
But the issue is really that the United States has never really been a place that's wanted to share its successes, share its land, share its resources with everybody. A lot of the sharing that's now taking place in this country has been hard-won, has been fought by every conceivable disadvantaged immigrant or minority group, even the ones that were here, that were landed on.
have had to fight to retain their lands, have had to fight to retain their modicum of dignity and existence in this country. So it's rather rich that these settlers, these immigrants of settler colonialism, the five justices who represent the people who came here
Give him
and who enjoyed most of the spoils of this great nation, are now saying, "Hey, it's all fair now. It's all play. It's all lit. It's all level. Let's they've had 60 years with this law to get it together.
What the fuck did they call his mom?
And to arrive at the same station as all of us. And it's their fault. It's their fault that they haven't done it yet. So let's just get rid of it. Last time I checked, all the corporations and their board members reflect the diversity of this great nation. And so there's a lot of things about this country, Gary, that's being challenged that aren't moving us in a direction of a more perfect union. And again, it can be, without understanding the history, not here, without understanding that there's been an assault on the democratic process ever since the Supreme Court decision decided against abortion rights that was supposedly settled by the previous Supreme Court justices. We're seeing a hijacking of the courts where it's easier to control 5 to 6 justices. So I was having this conversation with Scott earlier today about rather than going to every state around the union and trying to lobby every democracy, every Democratic state house or Republican state house to try to get the votes to change these laws, they just go ahead and go after the Supreme Court, get their nominations, throw money behind it, throw money behind the White House, who decides who becomes a Supreme Court justice by dint of their short list, and voila, we have an outcome that has eviscerated the rights of minorities in this country, vis-a-vis the Voting Rights Act. So,
the king is lucky he even got an invite.
Not handed to the people, hard won, fought, blood. So, okay, to make a more perfect union is being dismantled before our very eyes, and we're seeing a president that has been given.
So the question of the room, however, is: will there be a tit for tat when the Democrats are in power? And because look, if your assessment is accurate about this administration, that's fixable. If once this administration is gone, and to use the terminology that I used earlier, the ship of state is righted. But if in fact the parties are going to continue to go after each other in such a way that they use their offices to disadvantage the other side, if this continues, at least half the country is going to feel disenfranchised, I would imagine, because we're so evenly divided. So does that not portend or allay my fears? Denigration of the Republic.
Well, no, because see, Gary, you understand the way that the Electoral College is set up. It advantages these states with a smaller voter population with greater control over the majority. Why is it that California, the 4th, 5th largest economy in the world, only gets 2 U.S. senators to go to Washington, D.C. To protect our rights here? It makes no sense. These are arcane processes that don't reflect the power and the demographic of this union. It's not set up to work properly. So if North and South Dakota senators can block or control, voting, or legislative decisions that affect California, then that's not fair. That's not what they designed this for. So this continues, Gary, regardless of the president. This will continue. And so if the Electoral College can't be gained because of the fact that the way it's set up, they get more votes by representation
You're going to
when it
let
comes to picking our presidents, then you're going to continue to have money back candidates like Trump and continue to run the game the way that they've been running it. And this is a result of their loss of democratic abilities to win at the ballot box. Win with ideas, because there's not enough of them that want the homogeneity of this country that this country was founded upon. It's changed. The country is changing before their very eyes, and they don't want that power to slip away either. So it behooves them to put these Supreme Court justices in power and whatnot. And Texas started it with the rejiggering of their boundaries. Now you're going to see 4 or 5 more states take the Supreme Court decision and do the same thing before the 2026 midterms. And it's a further erosion of democratic rights.
Right. So when the Democrats are in power, are they going to erode democratic rights to the benefit of the Democrats and the detriment of the Republicans, or do you think that
they don't have a pattern of doing that, Gary?
That's what you believe, but I think that if the president were here, David, the president would say.
You tell me how you. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I think if the president were here, I'm not advocating this at all, but I'm saying if the president were here, he'd say, David, that the election was stolen from me. The election was stolen. The only way the Democrats could win is by stealing the elections. There are people who believe that. Maybe it's true, maybe it isn't, but people believe it.
But see, that's where a former president's First Amendment rights have so massive discord in this country. And he's not going to jail for lying. He's not being sanctioned. He's not being fined. He's been allowed to run again. And we've rewarded him and allowed him to run again for telling such lies. So what does that say about us, Gary?
Well, now you have to quote Pogo, right? You have to quote the old cartoon character Pogo. I've seen the enemy, and he is us.
Well, there you go. So exactly, what are we talking about here? We're talking about the guy that's broken all these norms. This has been, I don't know, maybe you have an idea of how to put the genie back in the bottle, but the polarity of this country is going to continue. I don't know. I think that we're having our own civil war without the guns being drawn on a lot of levels. And I think that that history, we never had an actual reckoning of the outcome of that civil war. The side that lost has continued to fight and beat back the gains of that war. We see that with the 100 years of Jim Crow, the assault on those freedoms of the black citizens that were granted their freedom. We saw. So my point, Gary, is that so long as this nation doesn't address the underpinnings of the racism in this country, the sexism in this country, the hierarchies and whatnot, we can't check the runaway disruption to our republic in a way that allows us to sit at the table as equals and try to figure out how to run this country without these divisions. I mean, when you eviscerate and you go after minorities through dint of policies saying, hey, you got your job because you're black, white, or female, or LGBT and whatnot, you're telling these people in this country that your merit, your success, your accolades, your hard work doesn't mean anything because we can't trust that you earn it the hard way, right? Whereas our country has a history of rewarding white males for a simple fact that they're white, they voted, and maybe they served in a war or two, maybe they had a college degree or not, but because they were the right color, they had material advantage that this country's been able to offer. Everybody else had to get in the back of the line of these guys. I mean, your culture as well, Garrett. The Jews in this country had to fight. Nothing was given to them. They had to go to courts. They had to sue. They had to fight. Sometimes, in some cases, they had to create their own industries to find their own wealth in this country, right? Because they weren't allowed in the room. They weren't allowed in the boardrooms. They weren't allowed in the country clubs. We talked a little bit about not letting people into your establishment because you look a certain way. Well, there's a country club here in Los Angeles, Gary, that still doesn't allow blacks, Jews, and other minorities to join. It's called the LA Country Club. And they sit on the largest piece of private real estate outside of probably Central Park, if you were looking at value of a piece of dirt. And they continue to get away with discrimination. So there are still power structures in this country, Gary, that have all the power in the world to be discriminatory, and they still get away with it. So that's what I'm talking about. That's the apex of this structure in the United States that continues to operate. So I'll end there.
Thank you, David. Howard, are you back? I thought I saw his mic flash. I guess not. Thank you, David. Philip.
I have no idea what the point you just made was. So you said something I kind of want to know about. You think the Supreme Court's more ideological than it's been before?
It's not a question of. Ask the question again. The Supreme Court being ideological?
The Supreme Court is more ideological now.
I think I just said that in the past, Republicans thought that the justices and the judges were pushing liberal ideals as opposed to interpreting the law, and now the liberals feel the same way about the judicial system that the conservatives once did. I don't know if you heard me say.
Yeah, that's what I'm just asking. So when people say this, they need to look at statistics. So since the court has been, this court said, since the new Supreme Court justice was succeeded, they're at 9% ideological splits, so 63 splits. They actually have a higher rate right now on unanimous than the court typically has. Let me just pull this up. Their unanimous votes right now are 42%. That's actually a high in the last 50 years. When you actually look at the actual voting blocks of the Supreme Court, it's really not 6-3, it's 3-3-3. And what I find really interesting about some of these things, like the stuff that David was talking about, and so on and so forth, is I don't think he understands what the ruling actually was today. And I can understand why some people disagree with the ruling and so on and so forth. That's actually fine to disagree with it, but the ruling isn't based on the idea of whether or not the civil rights laws were in place. The ruling is really based on the idea if the civil rights laws are actually constitutional. And that's not like a norm. Like, this has been hotly debated since those laws were passed, and the ideas of state rights versus federal rights and so on and so forth. And the idea of like abortion being overturned, abortion was never settled law. In fact, if abortion was settled law, you wouldn't have seen the actual makeup of the Supreme Court basically rejecting laws by Congress to overturn those. Congress trying to overturn those things and being told that they're unconstitutional. So the Supreme Court basically made up law out of thin air. I mean, RGB basically said this, that the ruling was actually the wrong ruling at the time. Anyways, all of this to basically be said, if you think the country, and I think your general question, if you think our country is in peril, you need to look around the world to other places look like. I wouldn't necessarily say our country is in the greatest place it's ever been in. But we still have a lot more freedoms than anywhere else that I can think about. And the other thing I think is interesting is that people think that the president can violate somebody's freedom of speech. I don't know if people actually read the First Amendment. The First Amendment says Congress shall enact no law. It doesn't say the government. It actually doesn't.
It's been broadly interpreted as the government shall not infringe upon your right to free speech. Private industry can, but the government cannot, and that's how it's been broadly interpreted. You know.
Well, the issue is that there's a difference between somebody like the President of the United States using his platform as Dulles used his to say what he wants to say. He can say whatever he wants to say. He can't violate anybody's free speech rights by making threats or doing anything else like that. It's a lot different than a law being passed to violate it. And when we talk about this, it actually
nobody has said that he doesn't have the right. He's got his huge bully pulpit called Truth Social, as well as other bully pulpits at his immediate disposal, and nobody has argued that he lacks the right to advocate, for example, for the firing of Jimmy Kimmel. If it was my wife that they were making such a comment to, I might advocate for the person's firing. That's his prerogative to do so. That's not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is whether this government, previous government, and future governments are misusing the tools given to them. Not the First Amendment, but using the executive branch to enforce laws and regulations to go after political adversaries. And I don't know if you read what is posted. I don't know whether you read what is posted to the top that I wrote to set up today's discussion. But what I'm suggesting is that if we continue on this trajectory of no matter who's in power getting back at the other side because the other side got back at us when they were in power, it undermines the public's trust in government, and that potentially puts the republic at peril. I am not pointing fingers. I am not pointing fingers, and I state I am not pointing fingers, as I have stated several times in the article above and several times on the stage, at one side or the other, just like I suggested before, when the kids are fighting and you only see one kid hitting the other and they say, but Johnny hit me first, it doesn't really matter. So if this is going to continue, would you agree, or would you have the same concerns that I have, that it puts the republic at peril, or can you allay my concerns? That's what I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, I agree. I think at the end of the day, we're too far down the road at this point. I think there has to be some kind of breaking point to bring the country back to the middle. I was talking about this earlier today. You're not going to get the country back in the middle if we continue to have these litmus tests on politicians that have to believe something because they're a Democrat or have to believe something because they're Republicans. And at the end of the day, I mean, we know we're going to have red states and blue states, and we're going to have very, very, very few people in the middle at this point that can actually agree to vote across party lines if they don't agree with some litmus test. Most Democrats now, I should say all because I don't think that's true, but a lot of Democrats right now wouldn't vote for a Democrat that was pro-life, and most Republicans wouldn't vote for a Republican if they were anti-Second Amendment. And the reality is both of those stances, historically speaking, we've had a lot of people on both sides that have actually held different views. But these days, I can't think of any politicians that cross party lines on any one of those subjects. I'm sure there's a couple out there, but for the most part, it's basically a litmus test. And as long as we stay in this idea that the other, like David was basically saying, like the other side is evil, and they're the ones, breaking in the doors and so on and so forth. Like, I'll freely admit that there is no difference between Trump and Joe Biden when it comes to breaking norms, or Obama, Joe Biden, and Trump. I'm sorry, I just don't think there is, and I think you're going to keep seeing this game of what you're talking about. Maybe you think there's hope in the sense of these things, but I tend to think at this point we're way too far down the road, and it doesn't look like we're going to see adults at the kitchen table. It very much seems like brothers and sisters are going to hit each other, and it just depends on whose side you're on.
Thank you, Philip. I want to challenge something that you said, and I hope I'm not taking the wind out of Ben's sail, but as you were talking, I went to the SCOTUS blog, which is a pretty good source, although the owner of the SCOTUS blog is an irreputable individual any longer, but at any rate,
mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother.
Should AOC be a psychopath? AOC, is she low IQ? Is she retarded? They vote for America on her views and naturally low IQ, a retarded, virus, frauds, and content. What's the point? Hello? Would you consider AOC to be a psychopath? Is she low IQ? Is she retarded? Is there a hope for life when the leaders are mentally ill, low IQ, or retarded, liars, frauds, and incompetent? What's the point? Hello? You're gonna let criminals propaganda and stuff on
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Upon me shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given up none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sown with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppets and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold. And mine is the intimate by my crown I invoke thee.
Loomer.
My fingers travel on the beats of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. E minor, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger, by the song I invoke thee.
You gonna rush?
In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the sexy living of the voices. Abraham, Abraham.
I think there's so many people that are gonna rest. Man, Democrats. Bill Gates. Bill Clinton.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. From my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh be, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of my time. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vicar of the intimidator. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For they're the one
Second Amendment.
covered in the voice of the master. Abraham, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine heart is not two waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord.
Gosh, how close were Jeffrey and Peter? Did they have sex? The Peter suck Jeff's handshake dick. What did Epstein file say about Peter Thiel? Oh, fuck. Adrian Dittman. Jake, who are you gonna arrest this week? I think there's many Democrats that need to be arrested. So Bill Gates and Bill Clinton are the entire of the Epstein file. Oh my god, what? So how close were Jeffrey and Peter? Did they have sex? Did Peter suck Jeff's cone-shaped dick? What did Epstein file say about Peter Thiel? Oh, sex. What a rumor. Pretty confident. How close were Jeffrey and Peter? Peter sucked Jeff.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body.
Oh my god, he was on IG.
Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness.
What's the matter? Oh my god, he was on IG. What's the matter?
Is the red triangle reverse the sign? Even of none said it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the air, or falling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be.
no, like, this has got to stop. This has got to change. Like, when is enough enough? I think I saw Shannon from Awake, Illinois post. Sorry, I was getting a phone call. She made a post like, how many more dead bodies do we need? How many more dead children? How many more dead husbands? Like, enough. So, thank you, Chief, for coming and speaking with us. If you want to start with like a brief intro, most of us know who you are, but I would love for you to talk about your background and then the initiatives that you have with Awake Illinois and the newest announcement with Bob Fioretti.
Yeah, good evening. Everyone hear me good?
We can.
All right, good evening. Yeah, my name is Tom Michael. I'm a retired police chief from Riverside, Illinois. That's a small community west of the city of Chicago, about 9,000 residents. I was there for 37 years. Worked for another suburban community before that. Did about 40 years in law enforcement, and then I did 13 years state police. And when I retired,
Chief,
yes.
Can I interrupt you? You sound a little muddy. It's almost like you're far away from the microphone.
Is this any better?
Oh, it's so much better. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's great. So I was looking to keep active in law enforcement. So and I also wanted to speak up for law enforcement because a lot of chiefs and to a lesser extent sheriffs are reluctant to speak their mind and really advocate for policing because, police chiefs owe their job to their political structure. And I was tired of that. I didn't work for that as a community. My community, my village president and board of trustees were always public safety supporters. They never tried to muffle me for my thoughts on certain issues, especially legislation. So I was fortunate. But I was offered this position with Awake, Illinois, and Shannon offered me a position as their first ever fellow of law enforcement at Awake, Illinois, and I was honored to accept that. So I've been working with their organization to push pro-police legislation, review legislation, initiatives from law enforcement, and really outreach to other police and sheriff's agencies as well to let them know what we're about and how we could assist in the criminal justice form. And then I recently was appointed the chairperson of the Accountability and Safety Committee that is going to be, it's actually up and running already for Illinois Attorney General candidate Bob Fioretti. I've supported Bob. He's the only candidate I've ever supported. I supported him for state's attorney. And he asked me to chair this statewide committee so that we could present on behalf of the committee to the governor and the leadership in Springfield changes that are needed, not only for the Safety Act, but public safety in general. So we're going to be, that just got started last week, so we're going to be seeking advice, suggestions, and even committee members from Illinois residents, both in the Metro Chicago area, Central Illinois, and Southern Illinois. So that's a little bit about me.
That's great. And when I saw a post that said you guys were seeking volunteers, can you tell us a little bit more about what you are looking for residents if they're interested in joining that community or that committee?
Yeah, there's a link on Bob Fioretti's website. You can go and fill out a form. It will go directly to him and me, or his staff and me directly. You can just ask questions, you could make suggestions, or you can join our committee because Bob is clear. He wants this to be not just the police. He wants to get citizens involved, judiciary involved. He's reached out to both sides of the aisle, Democrat and Republican. We have not had any Democrats that have expressed interest, but he has made the outreach for that because it's just a committee to make suggestions. We're not going along any party lines here. We're going to make common sense suggestions for changes to the public safety arena in Illinois and the Safety Act. He's also reached out to court personnel because they're the ones that have to deal with this. So we're looking for circuit court clerks who administer many of these technical parts of the law and anyone that would really want to make suggestions and be heard. And Bob is planning on doing statewide listening meetings. We're going to do one in the Metro Chicago area. We're planning on Central Illinois, Southern Illinois, so that we can get the full state and we don't make this just a Metro Chicago issue.
That's great. So Bob is running for Attorney General against Kwame Raoul, and when we have our upcoming elections, let's say Bob wins, but Pritzker wins, and we still have a largely Democratic legislature. This is going to be an uphill battle, even if we have Bob on the inside. Are there contingency plans for that?
Yeah, Bob has plans for that. Yeah, you're right. It'd be an uphill. You're absolutely correct. There's no hiding that. But he has a good working relationship with both sides of the aisle. He has disagreements for sure, but he's a seasoned trial attorney. He's been, he was a Chicago alderman. You may know his history. He plans on addressing it head on if, in fact, the governor was to be reelected and, in fact, Bob was to be elected our next Illinois Attorney General. But, one important distinction of the current Attorney General and what Bob Ferretti would do, under the statutes in Illinois, the Attorney General is the single highest law enforcement officer in the state of Illinois. So, that individual should be advocating for police, for law enforcement, for common sense public safety issues. And that's not happening right now. It isn't happening. So, Bob will definitely work on the Safety Act and public safety and legislation that affects Illinois residents, besides working on legislation that brings national attention to the Attorney General's office, but does nothing for citizens, does nothing for Illinois residents. So he's committed to working for the residents, and I'm helping him on the public safety arena. That's going to be my position.
I really appreciate, it looks like you've been making the media rounds, especially with this latest case, and that is so important to get all the eyes on Illinois and how this has been a colossal safety failure for the entire state. So I wanted to say thank you for that. Given everything that you know and the committee position that I see John is on here too, that you and John are working with this committee, what can we do as Illinois conservative grassroots members do to help and raise the groundswell of attention? I feel as a Chicago resident, I'm scared to leave my house after 8, and the city is no longer safe. I am aghast at what I see on the streets, and I live in a quote unquote good neighborhood. And I've had it. I'm so frustrated, and nobody is supporting our first responders who are representing us statewide, and it's disgusting to me. So what can we do? I'm just asking personally for me, and we'll open it up to anyone who wants to come up and talk with the chief. Please raise your hand and we'll bring you up.
Yeah, I can give you my perspective on it. It definitely starts with getting informed. There's no question about that. Our residents in Illinois here need to be informed. That's where it starts. And then you need to show up. There's no question about that. And what I mean by that is individuals need to not only show up at Springfield, but they need to show up at their city council meetings, their county board meetings, and advocating even at their own elected officials level. So your mayor, your city village attorneys, your village presidents, without a doubt. And then everything flows from Springfield. And what I mean by that is, we have to enforce the laws. We have to follow the laws, even the ones we don't like. The police and the judicial, we're not able to pick and choose. Whatever they give us, we have to enforce. So the legislation coming out of Springfield is very important. That's why it's important on who is elected and who gets, who is in office. and who's controlling the legislation coming out of Springfield, because there's plenty of pieces of legislation that I never agreed with as patrolman all the way up to chief. But I can't pick and choose that. I have to enforce and follow the guidelines of the Illinois statutes. So that's where change has to start, and then it works its way down through the court system, and it works its way down through prosecutors, defense counsels, into law enforcement. So the really way to get informed is to really be informed for sure, and then lobby our legislators or appear or call them or letter writing campaigns, because I'll tell you what, grassroots counts. When I was on the Illinois Association of Chiefs of Police Legislative Committee for 13 years. And I was lobbying in Springfield all the time. And I would go to these subcommittee hearings where I would testify on behalf of the Chiefs Association or the West Suburban Chiefs Association, where I was president. And they would always say at some point during my testimony, they would ask the clerks or the court officers to read how many witness slips were for or against the issue that I was speaking on. It happened every time. And when there was like 10 or 11 witness slips, they didn't care. When I testified in front of boards in Springfield for legislation where they'd have 500 witness slips supporting a piece of legislation that the Chiefs Association was supporting. And I'll tell you what, the legislators took that seriously. So those little things do make a difference. So people think that, that I can't make a difference, or making a phone call or calling their office or writing a letter to them makes a difference. It does. Pay attention to that.
I have another question. So there are still a lot of unanswered questions about what happened with the two officers and the offender at Swedish. We know that it has not come out publicly how he got the gun. We know that he was swiped with a wand at the hospital, I think by the hospital, I think Swedish put out a statement that said they did not discover a weapon on him at that time. But my really big question is, aside from that, is this guy's criminal record has come out. I believe he's been arrested many times. He's been charged with many felonies. I think you maybe even mentioned this recently on one of your interviews on Newsmax, but the officer's hands are tied. The criminals now know they can basically say, claim a medical emergency, and that's your best chance to get out and escape. But why? What specifically, in your opinion and your knowledge, was this guy out? Was it because of the Safety Act? Was it because of discretion of a judge interpreting the Safety Act? Was it a failure of the electronic monitoring program? Why specifically was this guy out and allowed to?
Murder of this officer and the shooting of his partner was 100% preventable. The judge in the case, Judge Likes, he could have held the defendant. There's no question about that. He had been the judge on previous cases of this defendant, and he even stated that Mr. Talley, in prior cases, that his brain was not fully developed, and that he had some issues that would mitigate him being held in custody. And I want you to know that was 8 months before this incident on Saturday where the officer was killed and his partner shot. Now, that's crazy. The defendant is 26 years old. This judge is not a neurosurgeon. He didn't seek a doctor's advice for that. He just said that in open court. So to make that type of statement is extremely prejudicial, in my opinion. And he had some connection to this defendant, and I don't mean personal. I don't mean he knows him personally, but he was using this individual as like a test case, in my opinion, for the Safety Act. He was following it for sure, and he gave the defendant every possible break that he could. Because to meet some of those Safety Act requirements to be held in custody, it's a pretty high bar. But this defendant, he met that. You know, at the time of the shooting in Chicago and the murder, he was actively wanted on 2 outstanding warrants, was listed as an absconder from the Illinois Department of Corrections, which means that he was not following the provisions that were put into his release. And they had a parole, or basically what they call an IDOC warrant. And he still was out roaming the streets. His EM, his electronic monitoring ankle, was not working. It's reported that battery died and he didn't charge it, so he could have cared less about that. And yeah, there is some criticism that, you know, and I'll stay away. There's no criticism on the Chicago police for what happened. You have an individual who's 340 pounds initially. He lost about 60 to 70 pounds in the last couple of months. He was down to like 270 when they brought him to the ER. It's Swedish. And you can hide a gun, the one that he had, smaller Glock, you can hide that pretty good. Now, he was wanted. The hospital made that statement. He was wanted. But depending on the amount of layers of skin protecting that weapon, what kind of weapon it was made of, most of those are alloy, they're not actually metal. Those detectors are still designed to go off when you wand a weapon such as a Glock. But he got it in, and then the circumstances were tragic and heartbreaking. And, you know, I'm extremely angry at this because I've been fighting the Safety Act since its inception, and in the 5 years it's been long, there's never once been a time that any of the legislators that supported it or the governor said they would look at changes. You may have remembered after the law was passed, there were 2 trailer bills that were passed, and they did nothing. They were technical cleanups. What the Illinois Chiefs Association wanted was not addressed, and never has been addressed. So that's why I thought to myself, you know, I've been really complaining about this legislation and slamming it for years. And then when I got involved with the Wake, Illinois, I was like, what can I do? Like, what can I do concrete to make a difference? So that's why we put together our report, so we can give them common sense initiatives to change the legislation and not just say that we're complaining with no solutions. We have solutions, and Bob Ferretti's committee is going to have solutions, so they can no longer say that we're just upset with the legislation. We're going to give them solid solutions.
I feel almost like I'm trying hard to figure out how to articulate it, but it's like Pritzker is so proud of this legislation, and the Democrats are so in lockstep with Pritzker that I fear that nobody will step in line and we are all going to suffer. But it's clear this cannot continue. Like, we are all in danger. I mean, again, you know, what I mentioned that Shannon had said, like, how many more kids and husbands have to die? Like, I feel like if this is not the tipping point, we can't go any lower. This is, like, insane. John, I see you have your hand up if you want to go ahead and ask a question or say something.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me, Chief Thomas? Hello? Can you hear me?
John, I can hear you fine.
Hey, my father was a Chicago police officer for 34 years, and you know, I just couldn't imagine being a kid and my dad not coming home because, you know, some POS, you know, gets no cash bail and he carries a Glock around in the fat fold of his skin. I mean, it's very upsetting, and, you know, the fact that he's even still alive amazes me. I don't know why he just isn't eliminated on the spot by the police, you know, taken out immediately, because he's not the anyways, my question for you, Officer or Chief Thomas, is if you were the mayor of Chicago, what would your administration, you know, what would your goals be? What would you do immediately for the security of Chicago? Would you call in more federal resources? Because obviously our political leaders here aren't leaders; they're criminals. So, I mean, is there a solution that has to come from the outside? What would you do if you were the mayor or the governor? Thank you, Chief Thomas.
Yeah, I don't think they want me as the mayor or the governor, but because they probably wouldn't like my agenda, but I would have a clear agenda that yes, Chicago police and the state level, we would partner with our federal agencies, no question about that. Why would you turn down help from any law enforcement agencies? The Chicago police and other police departments already are on federal task forces. They're just not the ICE task forces. They're on DEA, ATF, FBI. I would definitely do that. And my first priority would be public safety. It wouldn't be planting trees, making the beautification, spending hundreds of millions on beautification. Because you know what? Look at downtown Chicago. The storefronts are empty. People aren't going down there in droves anymore. I got hammered when I did a piece, a column I write called Roll Call for the Suburban Life, and I did a column that said, don't spend your hard-earned money in Chicago until they improve public safety. And I was flooded with emails and stuff saying from Chicago businesses, yes, that's right. But politicians in Chicago or other civic leaders were sending me emails saying, why would you tell people, like especially suburbanites, to stay away from the city of Chicago? And when you're risking your life and you can't walk into downtown Loop area and go to dinner or go to a show or go to a play or visit the museums without fear of being robbed, attacked, or shot, then you shouldn't be spending your money there. That was a comment I made, and I got the most pushback on that column I wrote of any column I've ever written. But it's true. Why should you be spending your money down there when the city doesn't care? So I'd change that. I would absolutely hire more officers. Well, you can't, when you say you have to make public safety a priority, you have to do it. You just can't give short sound bites and put out press releases and news releases. You have to do it. I do think one thing the city has done, in my opinion, the only really good department head appointment that the mayor has ever made is the superintendent. I believe the current superintendent is actually a very capable and honorable individual. He's very well respected in the police circles. He was before he was superintendent. He's been there a long time, has a good reputation. So I think that appointment is really good. But it's time for things to change because we just can't keep saying it's politics anymore. We need police leaders to stand up. We need sheriffs to stand up. We need to push back against this and not worry about whether your cushy job is safe anymore. It's your officers that are being shot. It's your officers that are being killed in the line of duty. You have to stop and you have to stand up.
I have a question, if I could chime in, and feel free to tell me where I'm ignorant. I don't mind being wrong. I read, and again, everything you read on the internet is absolute gospel. But I saw out there that there was some relationship or something between the murder and who is it? A CPD commander. Any knowledge to that?
Yeah, I've seen the same social media posts that there was a female commander, I think she's since retired, I believe, that has the same last name as the offender, and there are some that are linking her to the offender. I have not seen that verified by anyone, so I have not pushed that narrative or seen that narrative. And that commander, by the way, got into some trouble ethically in the city of Chicago. I think that's why she was eventually demoted and then left the department. But yeah, I've seen those same social media posts, but I don't have information that that's factual. The only thing I know is that they have the same last name.
Okay, yeah, that's too broad to go off of to marry them together, in my opinion. I was just curious if you knew. And my biggest thing, I remember when I was younger, you get the friends together, you go out to Chicago, you enjoy it, because Chicago is beautiful. Chicago has a lot to offer. Chicago should be an epicenter for the United States, especially, where we're located, every attraction we have, and yet crime drives people out. I find it disappointing and sad that the most feedback you've ever gotten on any article you've had is when you criticize Chicago in defense of people surviving the visit, opposed to actually addressing the problem, which is my biggest grievance with it. There's so much potential there, and yet it seems to be deliberately squandered. And I say this in a joking level. I don't know at what point they push people until you essentially get some vigilantism that essentially takes over due to the failure of the justice system. You have judges that don't abide the law. You have cops that no longer want to police because it's just a revolving door. And then you have hiring shortages because who wants to sign up for that job? It's detrimental. But I know that was a bit of a rant. I guess my question, if you know, without going through the judiciary, is there any way on a grassroots level that you can somehow get a judge removed? I highly doubt it, but I'm just curious about that, thinking out loud.
It's almost impossible. They have a judiciary advisory board where you can file complaints. It's very secretive. It's one of the most secretive processes. I even filed complaints against judges in my district, the 4th district. Our courthouse was in Maywood, Illinois, and some judges there would publicly berate my officers in court, and they would actually tell the officers that, I don't believe you, you're lying, and the officers would come back and tell me, and I would call the presiding judge of the district and make a complaint, and they would just laugh it off. And I had a judge tell me, this is my courthouse, I do what I want. So I filed a complaint with the Illinois Judiciary Advisory Council, and they sent an investigator out to interview me, and that's the last I ever heard of it. And then when I followed up on it, I asked for the documents. They said I couldn't have them. As a chief, now imagine this, I went to the website and I FOIA'd it, and they said it's not FOIAble. Not only did they not reject, they only did they reject it, they just said that they have a special clause that information was not publicly available to anyone, and I would not find out the disposition of the investigation. And the only reason I knew nothing happened was because the judge, he was serving in the courtroom when I retired. So that process is extremely difficult to remove a judge from a duly elected judge from his sitting position. It's very difficult.
I assumed as much, but hey, I always try to push a little bit of optimism, sprinkle a turd every now and then. But it was worth a shot. Going forward, honestly, I think you already answered it. The only way to really make change is not to expect that we're going to change anything overnight and just to bite off what you can chew one piece at a time. Because with these judges, with the heads of state that we're dealing with everything that seemingly works against the people of this state, other than fleeing, all anyone should seemingly focus on is just their neighborhood. Get good people in office there and let it trickle on up.
I agree with you about, little bites, because I have been an opponent of the elimination of the Safety Act. Just get rid of it. And early on, I was doing that. I was frustrated, and I realized this isn't working. Like, Springfield's controlled by the Democrats. They're not going to repeal the Safety Act. So then I had to come up with, okay, we're going to have to come up with common sense changes and work. And then some of my counterparts and some of my colleagues, even in law enforcement, they were very disappointed, and they were like, Tom, like, why are you not advocating to get rid of the entire act? And they were criticizing me, and some even in public, and I'm like, I'm still for that, but I want to get something positive done to affect public safety in Illinois and protect police officers and protect citizens. And if we keep banging our head that we're going to get the law completely annihilated and Springfield's going to get rid of it, nothing will happen. I go, so yes, I'd like to get rid of the Safety Act, but you have to be realistic. If Springfield was controlled by Republicans, it would probably be eliminated. Or we had a Republican governor, maybe it would be eliminated. But that's not going to happen. So when I changed my stance to give these common sense reforms, friends of mine were very upset by that. But I want to accomplish something for public safety and for the residents and the citizens of Illinois. And if I keep going down this path that we're going to change Springfield when it's controlled by the Democrats, that they would get rid of it, I was going to accomplish nothing.
That's absolutely true. And too many people look at the large picture, but they don't actually do anything to get the large picture built. They just want the final piece of the puzzle. They just want the puzzle automatically put together, but they don't want to do it piece by piece. And I believe Sheriff Mendrick, who also championed the same mindset of we just have to chip away at it little by little, opposed to trying to repeal the whole thing, kind of like how Republicans unfortunately lose every time they go up against Obamacare. You're not going to dismantle it in one swoop, unfortunately, in my opinion. You have to at least just make the changes that make it less bad. I know that's not a complete win, but at least that less bad might save one additional person in the meantime until the next step makes it less bad the next time, and so on.
Yeah, just getting rid of it is just for headlines, just for notoriety. I want to accomplish something, and like you just said, we have to chip away at it. So those that criticized me that I wasn't still advocating to eliminate the entire statute, well, for 5 years we haven't been able to get it back done. So it's time to take a different approach, and we're going to start chipping away at it.
Do you think Bob might be able to get, I'll say, friends from across the aisle, even though I wouldn't call the commies friends, but nonetheless, we'll say people from across the aisle. Do you think you'd be able to get more people to sign on if it wasn't a full-blown repeal of it, like you were talking about? Hey, you don't have to come out and publicly dismantle this or be against the Safety Act, but how about we just do this little revision and it could be called, SB 123 ABC. But but you won't be hit by your party leadership for opposing the Almighty Safety Act. Do you think that might be a good way to get this done, or does he have any contacts that you think would be willing to do it if it was shrouded and buried in a bunch of other nonsense like bills unfortunately are created to do?
Yeah, Bob is committed for sure to making changes in the Safety Act, and he is absolutely willing to do that. He does have contacts on both sides of the aisle. He is going to work feverishly to assist us and our committee on this public safety initiatives and Safety Act. And we had several meetings before he even put me on the committee and made me the chairperson, and we're on the same page with that. I think Bob would like to get rid of the act too, but we have to accomplish something besides just people just doing stories on our wanting to get rid of it. We have to actually do something to get this. It affects people's lives. It affects the criminal justice system. As I said earlier, the Chicago police officer, in my opinion, would be alive. He'd be alive if the Safety Act was amended to the way I'd like to see it amended. He would not be dead because that situation would have never happened because he would have already been in custody. So those are real life situations. And just imagine that family, a police officer's family, one's getting ready to bury their loved one, the other's staying by the bedside every night, hoping that individual will survive, when they know that this could have been prevented. Not only was their loved one shot in the line of duty and killed, they know now that that individual should have never been out. So just that heartache is just brutal. And I think that there's a change. I did this 2 press conferences with Bob last week, one in Chicago, and then we traveled out in the afternoon to Springfield at the Rotunda, the Capitol. And I can tell you there's an appetite from citizens, from residents of Illinois who like the fact that the Safety Act played a role in the young woman that was set on fire on the CTA in Chicago, the L. Okay, that individual had 72 prior arrests. He should have never been out of custody. This situation had not occurred yet, but this situation, even the young college student that was killed on Chicago's lakefront, the reason that was preventable is because he should have never been in the country. So there's this appetite for those that don't even want to repeal the Safety Act, but they want to see common sense changes. What I found to be interesting is when we were talking to some legislators, there's no interest by them. Like, there's no interest by Democrats. So there's this interest by the residents and the citizens you serve, but on the Democratic side, there's no interest to modify the Safety Act yet. In fact, you may have seen that the Springfield, the Black Caucus leadership last week came out with a press release and famously said, there's nothing wrong with the Safety Act. They have no intention of repealing it or getting any changes. You can go to their website and you can just Google that. They put, I couldn't believe it. They put out a press release saying it's working as intended. No changes are needed.
Well, when your intent is destruction, I suppose it's working according to plan. But this is, just as I don't want to jokingly blame the Democrats for everything. I'm an equal opportunity hater. I feel like the GOP at the state level essentially abandoned Chicago. Not everybody, but it seems like on the leadership level, they don't put any eggs in that basket. And subsequently, people in Chicago, black community, white, Hispanic, doesn't matter, a lot of them don't have a better option, so they're stuck just constantly choosing the lesser of two evils. So hopefully with Bob in there, he can talk sense to some people, and even if they are Democrats, find some that are willing to actually vote against it. And, we constantly beat Chicago because that's where the epicenter of most of this happens, but it does affect everywhere downstate, especially when you invite illegals, thanks to Browner signing that, and JB continuing it and embracing it, and then letting criminals out, laissez-faire with a slap on the wrist. I'm more biblical in the punishments. I don't think there would be repeat offenders if the system was done properly, but that's just, well, I'm not going to put you on the record agreeing with me or that on that one. But
I could say that probably everyone on this space is in favor of second chances. This is the big lie that is out there from the proponents of the Safety Act and other legislation is everyone, unless it's a murder or a sexual assault, everyone is in favor of second chances. But what's happening in Illinois is you're getting 52 and 53 and 54 chances. See, that's the big lie that's out there. And they're pushing this as we'll give him a second chance. Well, no. This individual had 21 prior arrests, has 8 felony convictions, 2 warrants for his arrest, absconder from the Illinois Department of Corrections. I mean, it's a joke. Don't put out that narrative that this is about second chances. It's not.
John, you have a question? You have your hand up? Okay, well, we're waiting for John. I have a question somebody from the community sent me.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to ask you, Chief Thomas, I don't know if you know who Andrew S. Boutros is, but Pam Bondi appointed him our federal attorney for Northern Illinois. And he manages 300 people. I'm going to post a link on my profile. He has 145 assistant U.S. attorneys in Chicago and Rockford. He lectured at University of Chicago. He's worked with all the major agencies. Why can't he bring a constitutional lawsuit against Eileen Cook, against Pritzker, against Springfield, and use federal legal resources to essentially halt it and bring a lawsuit, and if need be, take it to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, actually, I think he could. I'm not an expert on that, but I certainly have seen that the federal government is suing other communities. They just announced today, I don't know if you saw it, they filed a lawsuit against New Jersey for passing a law that will limit federal agents from operating in New Jersey. They are going to mandate that they wear masks, take their masks off, and there's other provisions beside that. Well, the U.S. Attorney's Office just announced a lawsuit against the state and the governor for all these provisions that were just passed to limit federal policing in New Jersey. So you could probably go out and Google that today. It was just released like at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So could Illinois do the same? They could.
Well, Governor Newsom did the same thing in California, and that was just slapped down. And the federal government won that lawsuit. So maybe we should apply pressure where John is speaking. John, if you can drop the information of that in the purple pill, I'd be appreciative of that. I have a question for you for the chief from one of our community members. I understand that you didn't work for CPD and you don't speak on behalf of all police officers, but the Mayor Johnson has 150 CPD members who work just providing safety for the mayor. He has the largest detail of any previous mayor. It was, I believe, under Emmanuel, it was roughly around 20-25 officers. It ballooned to just over 100 under Lightfoot, and he has expanded it to 150 for himself. So my question is, and again, I know you don't speak for every person in law enforcement, but do you think these officers are resentful of being placed on his detail, given what they are seeing in the city, and that we are, I believe, 2,000 officers short of what we should have in CPD in the department as a whole?
Yeah, my feeling on that is he's entitled to protection as a major elected official, no doubt. 150 is way excessive. I read a story that he's one of the only mayors in the United States that has a detail that high. He's not the only one, but he's one of the ones at the top. And it was a mixture of CPD officers, and there were some private entities that were also working in that unit at one time. I don't know if that's still the same, but that is a lot of details to have him protected, and of course his wife, his family, his house. Those all come with the job, but the amount of protection is enormous. It was quoted as saying some federal protectees, such as appointees from the president, so maybe the department, the individual, Mr. Kennedy, that runs Health and Human Services, his detail is around 100 Secret Service agents, I read in a story, that was his detail for him and his family, somewhere in that range. But you're talking about 150, CPD officers assigned to that. And that's a pristine position. You don't get that. That is a position that's highly sought after. You probably have to put in for that position, and you can bet the mayor and his team can select who is on that protection team. So, that's a very strange thing which you can do. Like, we talked earlier about the college student Sharon Gorman who was shot in the lakefront. She didn't have any protection. She had 150 people. And I only say that because the mayors said that all Chicagoans, most of them, feel safe shortly after that, and that the campuses are safe in Chicago. And I disagreed with that, not only based on that incident, but other incidents. And it's easy to say when you have 150 bodyguard detail. Now, they're not all working the same time. It's 24/7. They rotate shifts. They have come in. But you just do the math. There's 30 of them, or 40 of them working. And then if he has a major event that he's going to, a major public event, they probably put almost everybody there. And, his bodyguard detail travels with him. So if he goes to any conferences, he goes to Washington, D.C., whatever he does, the bodyguard team goes with him. That's part of the protocol. So I don't think it's official, but that seems to be I will say these public officials do need security teams, but I don't think it needs to be that large.
No, I would argue every time you say it's safe, you should lose one less official, or you should lose one less guard. Because if you keep saying it's super safe and then super duper safe and super duper uber safe, you shouldn't need 150 guys. You should be able to walk around with one because it's so super safe. Unless it's not, and then your whole agenda goes out the window.
Sure.
Okay, so
cut you off there, Kate.
no, you didn't. Kyle, I love your solution to that. And so basically, the fact that it's a coveted position, probably with some added perks, outstrips the personal conflict that I imagine some CPD officers feel if they're in that role. The personal ambitions outrank that. So thank you for that, because I hadn't even considered that aspect of it.
Hey, I gotta.
Right.
I was going to ask you, at what level do you think the silver lining is between incompetence and outright, criminal nefarious intention? Meaning that, I have politicians that invite me to go to the restorative justice briefings at the library. And so how much of our problem is DEI liberal wokeness, and what's the solution to essentially unfuck these retards' minds?
I can tell you that there is a lot of pressure on police agencies, especially police leadership, to fall in line with political will. And that's one of the worst things in this job as a police officer and then as the police chief, is the politics are seeping way too far into the operations of police departments now, not just who they're selected as the chief or something like that. Sheriffs, like I said, usually have a little bit more leeway because they're elected. So they can't be fired by the county, or they can't be removed from their positions. They're duly elected. Almost all superintendents and police chiefs in Illinois are appointed by their city council. And you have to, in most cases, they try to toe the line to what they want. And I'll give you a really good example of this. I've spoken about it before, but this actually happened. I was a big opponent of Kim Foxx's retail theft policy when she came out with it. Now, Riverside's next door neighbor was North Riverside. They have a huge mall there. They made 500 or 600 retail theft arrests a year from the mall years ago. And they were raising the threshold from $300 for a felony to $1,000, and then you had to have like 10 prior arrests and all these convictions. It made it impossible. So I went to a meeting with the president. I was president of the West Suburban Chiefs of Police at the time, and I got the president of the North Suburban Chiefs and the president of the South Suburban Chiefs. At that time, the president of the South Suburban Chiefs was Tim McCarthy, and he was very well known because Tim McCarthy was the Secret Service agent that took the bullet for Reagan. So he had a lot of respect, even from politicians. We went to this meeting, and Kim Foxx told us, no, I'm not changing anything. I don't care what you guys want as police chiefs. And Tim McCarthy from Orland Park was very invested because Orland Park is a very big mall. And we were fighting to say this is not right this night. And I got up to speak to Kim Foxx at the meeting, and she cut me off. And I got into this verbal argument with her. And she basically got up and left, called me a few names, and got up and left. By the time I got back from the south suburbs to Riverside, my village manager calls me and says, come into my office. I go into my village manager's office. She's like, Kim Foxx's staff just called our village president and wants you fired. They want the village president to remove you as chief. She's like, what the hell did you do? And I'm like, I stood up for law enforcement, and I stood up for the officers, and I'm president of the West Suburban Chief. We were trying to convince her that her policy was terrible, and I pushed back on it, and I pushed back hard because she pushed on me. And to make a long story short, later that day, my village president called me and he said, Tom, I got a call from her staff. They wanted me to fire you, wanted me to remove you as chief. And I told them to get lost. Because he was a very big police supporter and he knew what I was talking about and I was a professional. But that's the type of influence. You imagine that. They tried to have me removed as chief for disagreeing about a policy.
Well, the leftists move in lockstep, so they can't have anyone getting in the way of their failures or pointing it out. I do have a question, though. If you could shed some light on this, I heard about that Johnson supposedly issued stand-down orders, or at least his administration, during these, quote, teen takeovers, aka just degenerates running the streets. I'm curious if what you have on that.
Yeah, there were initially orders given to certainly not make arrests. There were going to be no mass arrests. The mayor didn't want the optics of police officers arresting juveniles. He thought that they were just kids blowing off steam and having fun. And it was that wasn't it. You may remember not only were there mass destructions in those, there were police officers injured. There were individuals that were shot in some of those, especially the one that happened over the Christmas holiday. And the mayor didn't want Chicago to come off as this aggressive police force, but it wasn't aggressive. They were just supposed to just be doing their job, but they were handcuffed from doing their job. And that's when they went into this whole curfew thing. And, the curfew, in my opinion, weighs on both sides, because the curfew violation only is good after the incidents happen. So you're making these curfew arrests or making curfew violation citations after it's already happened. So they need to figure out how to prevent these. The curfew is not a proactive piece of legislation that will prevent one of those takeovers. It's a piece of legislation that gives accountability on the back end. But if you're trying to prevent it, that's not going to help you at all.
Well, the prevention tool that the mayor is putting in is funding another NGO to do crime prevention with youth teens. It just sounds like another money laundering scheme or jobs program. And how much of our money has to keep going to wasteful initiatives that do nothing? Well, we are dying in Chicago. It's unbelievable. But anyway,
when I made a comment, I was interviewed by a news station in Chicago, WGN, about these takeovers, and they asked me, where does this start, Chief? And I said, it starts at home with the parents. And I got so much pushback from that one. They were like, well, who are you to, comment about parenting? And I said, I'm not commenting about parenting. You asked me where it starts, okay? The police aren't the answer to every problem out there, okay? You asked me where it starts at home. That's what my opinion of where these issues need to be addressed to start with. And even the parent, I don't think you're qualified to really make comments about parenting. I found that very odd.
Well, one of the biggest problems that many have is self-reflection and the idea that they failed and raised degenerates that are out there, or that they have to somehow take responsibility or accountability for their children is profound. Yet they'd be the ones out there yelling, oh, they're a good kid. They were just having fun smashing the windows of the business that I'm not going to pay to replace. And how dare you police them? And the idea that, oh, we don't want to see them locked up. I don't want to see them out here smashing things. Sounds like there's a pretty neutral trade. You don't come out and be degenerates, and I don't arrest you. Sounds like a good handshake deal to me. But how dare you question parenting? Again, the idea, especially on the left, is that you could do any wrong. They always have to project blame onto someone else. It's society's fault that all those kids are out there destroying everything. It's everyone else's fault for every single problem you have. It's never your own. That's essentially their whole platform. So yeah, it's never going to get fixed. And anytime you do have a suggestion that requires someone looking in the mirror, it's already dismissed before it even has a chance to be thought over.
is, sometimes people don't, especially some of the media, just don't want the truth. And, when you ask me a question like that, I'm going to tell you where I believe it starts at. And I got a lot of pushback for it, but I still stand by my comment.
Hey, I wanted to point out that I put a link to the Attorney General Andrew Boutros, and it's possible if we all call or email him that possibly he could actually take some action. I mean, even in terms of funding, the DOJ funds a lot of our Cook County, all these other offices. I mean, the Trump administration has to bring, legal lawfare to bear here as soon as possible. I don't even know if they're really aware, about the situation or what they can possibly do to stop this madness. I mean, this is insanity. How are you going to, we're living in a crime-ridden, lawless society. All I got to do is go 3 blocks to the blue line, pull out my camera, and it's a third world. I mean, it's lawless. And I don't understand I know why the Chicago police don't police the trains, but to me, I just can't understand. Like, for 20, 30 years, the police had never policed the trains in Chicago. Like, are people just, I can't believe it. I was in the military for a bunch of years, and I'm like, this stuff is just basic security protocol. Like, I just can't believe it.
They had units, they disbanded, like, some of the people listening might remember they had the Chicago Housing Authority had their own, the CHA had their own police force. They disbanded that, and they thought that Chicago could take over policing. They gave them more responsibility. Then they did have a specialized, complete unit for public transportation. They eliminated that and just kind of rolled that into CPD, taking on more responsibility. And that's back in the same time where Chicago police used to patrol the expressways. The state police didn't take over the Chicago expressways until probably maybe the late 80s, early 90s. And Chicago kept getting all these details rolled in without the staffing, without the personnel. So, that somebody mentioned earlier that Chicago's at least 2,000 officers down, and that's spot on. I just saw a report yesterday that they're 2,200 officers short of their goal. Chicago Fraternal or Police President made an announcement that they have as many as 600 people that have already signed up for regular retirements in 2026. So it's a really bad situation.
Christian, I brought you up here as a potential speaker. You are running for Congress, and your husband is newly joined to the Chicago Police Department. Obviously, you saw what happened this past weekend. Do you have any thoughts or perspectives from your husband to share with us?
Hey, everybody. Thank you for bringing me up. I won't speak on his behalf because that's tenuous. But we definitely have dialogue. And the things that are abundant in my mind about this is the chief is correct. If that person was actually remitted into custody, there's no reason why anybody should have that many mugshots. That is not normal behavior. Only about 70 or 80% of people never actually get arrested. People who get arrested, more than 10%, will continue to commit crime.